All right, I'm running late. I'm running late. I don't want to run later. All right, members will please take your seats. Mr. Clerk, will you ring that bell? Members, on your desk you have a supplemental local calendar. Supplemental local calendar. Third reading of passage of uncontested local bills. These are not 2/3. Third reading and passage of uncontested local bills. If there is no objection, we will vote on the local calendar as a whole with a recorded vote. Hearing none, it is so ordered. Mr. Clerk, will you read the local calendar?
Senate Bill 285 by Senator Anderson of the 24th Columbia County, Senate Bill 287 by Senator Parent of the 42nd City of Decatur, and Senate Bill 297 by Senator Hodges of the 3rd McIntosh County.
Is there any objection to the previous question being ordered on the local calendar? Chair hears none. The previous question is ordered. Is there any objection to agreeing to the report of the committee, which was favorable to the passage of the bills? Chair hears none. The report of the committee is agreed to. Shall these bills now pass? All those in favor of the passage of the bills on the local calendar will vote yes. All those opposed will vote no, and the clerk will unlock the machines. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? If so, the clerk will lock the machines on the passage of the bills on the local calendar. The yeas are 157, the nays are 0. The bills, having received the requisite constitutional majority, are therefore passed. We're going to take a couple of bills up that are on the supplemental number 2 calendar, the second supplemental calendar. Mr. Clerk, would you read the caption to House Resolution 488?
House Resolution 488 by Representative Meeks of the 178th and others, a resolution reauthorizing the House Rural Development Council. This resolution has been assigned to the Committee on Economic Development and Tourism. That committee recommends that this resolution be adopted.
The gentleman from the 178th House District, Chairman Meeks, is recognized to present the resolution.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, I bring to you House Resolution 488, which will reauthorize the Rural Development Council for the current biennium. Originally in 2017, the House Resolution 389 created the Rural Development Council, and it has been reauthorized every biennium since then. For the new members, you may or may not know the late Speaker David Ralston, when the council was created in 2017, instructed the council to study the conditions, needs, and the problems related to rural Georgia and recommend that any action or legislation that the Rural Development Council deemed necessary and or appropriate. The council has had lots of accomplishments since the inception, and that was chaired by former Chairman of Appropriations Terry England, as well as the late Jay Powell, and more current chairmen being Chairman Rick Jaspers and Senator Sam Watson, who is over in the Senate now. But the Rural Development Council and its members have sponsored legislation for rural Georgia since its inception. The governor has signed 27 legislative acts that's created the expansion of rural broadband, signed legislation that created the Center for Rural Prosperity and Innovation, signed legislation in HB 769, which created the Rural Center for Healthcare Innovation and Sustainability. And as many of you know who were here shortly after Hurricane Michael passed in 2017, the Rural Development Council hit a landmark for the highest level of new funding in rural initiatives, with nearly $114 million included in that as $20 million for emergency disaster relief for Georgia farmers impacted by Hurricane Michael, and another $2 million to address level broadband mapping, which some of you know the state undertook that initiative on its own. So, ladies and gentlemen, House Resolution 488 reauthorizes the Rural Development Council for the current biennium. Mr. Speaker, if there are not any questions, I will yield the well.
You have no questions.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, and would appreciate favorable consideration of House Resolution 488.
The gentleman has yielded the well. Is there any objection to the previous question being ordered? The chair hears none. The previous question is ordered. Is there any objection to agreeing to the report of the committee, which was favorable to the adoption of the resolution? The chair hears none. The report of the committee is agreed to. Shall this resolution now be adopted? All in favor of the adoption of the resolution will vote yes. All those opposed will vote no, and the clerk will unlock the machines. Have all members voted? All members voted. If so, the clerk will lock the machine. On the adoption of the resolution, the yeas are 166, the nays 0. The resolution, having received the requisite constitutional majority, is therefore adopted. Mr. Clerk, will you read the caption to Senate Bill 5656?
Senate Bill 56 by Senator Huffstetler, the 52nd and others, to be entitled an act to amend Chapter 5 of Title 48 of the Official Code of Georgia Annotated relating to ad valorem taxation, so as to require the State Revenue Commissioner to contract with the Board of Employees Retirement System of Georgia to offer certain county tax commissioners the option to participate in a state-administered deferred compensation plan. This bill having referred to the Committee on Retirement, that committee recommends that this bill do pass by Rules Committee substitute.
Chairman Shaw Blackman is recognized to present the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Fellow members, bring to you Senate Bill 56. So while most tax commissioners can participate in their local retirement plans, there are many that have no retirement at all. So this would give, the underlying bill would give ERS eligibility for tax commissioners not eligible to participate in any other retirement plan. There are 3 other parts that received overwhelming favorable consideration by this body. Part 2 is as passed the House version of HB 454, fully endorsed by the Georgia Society of CPAs, and it includes a section of depreciation for certain expenses in year 1 for manufacturing folks. Part 2 clarifies and cleans up some of the existing provisions in the tax code with language to better align with federal code and aid families by fully phasing in the standard deduction. The third part updates the definition of force majeure, adding pandemic as part of the definition for natural disaster. Part 2B is what is known as the preceptor credit, and it extends the sunset simply for the program that gives our medical assistants and nurse practitioners more hands-on experience. And Part 3 is House Bill 170, as passed the House, which is a stakeholder-approved parity for our brick and mortar stores on digital goods. Once again, be happy to try to answer any questions, Mr. Speaker, or dig into the weeds as much as liked. That is the bill.
Gentleman yields. You have a question right in front of you.
I will yield.
Whip Park has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Chairman, do you yield for a few questions?
I yield to you, sir, yes.
They'll be friendly, to the best of my ability. Is it not true that a fiscal note for House Bill 454, which is now Section 2 of this rule substitute, estimates that shortening the look-back period from 5 years to 3 years would result in a decline in state revenue by $133.7 million in fiscal year 27 and by a decline of $476.3 million in fiscal year 2028?
Well, it's perspective, and that would be fine. That would be great, actually, wouldn't it? But it overlaps because there's some offsetting language, and that's based on what the author had to say regarding those provisions from last year coming out of the Senate.
The gentleman further yield?
I do.
Is it not true that this bill would be an excellent vehicle for a non-refundable EITC that would help lift hundreds of thousands of families out of poverty in Georgia?
Actually, I look forward to that discussion, but the provision here regarding the standard deduction outperforms the EITC on many fronts and actually would save a family of 4 starting next year well over $300. It would save that same family of 3 at a $29,000 over $250 per year in tax. So we're looking to save money for low and middle income families. Yes, sir. Thank you.
Chairman, do you yield for one final question?
Yes, sir.
Is it not true that while I have concerns with Section 2 of this bill, I will be voting yes, because overall, especially with the inclusion of the standard deduction, the benefits of this bill, at least in my assessment, outweigh the potential costs?
I'm sure you know of what you speak, Mr. Whip. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
Gentleman has no further questions.
Mr. Speaker, I'd ask for the body's favorable consideration and yield the well.
Gentleman has yielded the well. Is there any objection to the previous question being ordered? The chair hears none. The previous question is ordered. Is there any objection to withdrawing the committee's substitute? The chair hears none. The committee's substitute is withdrawn. Is there any objection to adopting the substitute offered by the Committee on Rules? The chair hears none. The Rules Committee substitute is adopted. Is there any objection to agreeing to the report of the committee, which was favorable to the passage of the bill? The chair hears none. The report of the committee is agreed to. Shall this bill now pass? All in favor of the passage of the bill will vote yes. All opposed will vote no. And the clerk will unlock the machine. For what purpose does Representative Reese rise? He waives. For what purpose does Representative Gladney rise?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Pursuant to House Rule 133, I request to be excused from this vote, Mr. Speaker.
The gentlelady has that right, and the journal will so reflect. Have all members voted? If so, the clerk will lock the machine on the passage of the bill. The yeas were 168, the nays 1. The bill, having received the requisite constitutional majority, is therefore passed. Mr. Clerk, would you read the caption to Senate Bill 240?
Senate Bill 240 by Senator Walker, the 20th, and others, to be entitled an act to amend Title 47 of the Official Code of Georgia annotated relating to retirement and pensions so as to revise the minimum and maximum allowable benefit multiplier for current and future retirees. This bill having referred to the Committee on Retirement, that committee recommends that this bill do pass by committee substitute.
Chairman Carson is recognized to present the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Present to you Senate Bill 240. The core portion of Senate Bill 240, when it came over, requires the employee retirement system to identify school systems that are providing retirement benefits to employees who are not also eligible for Social Security benefits under Title II. Basically, what Senator Larry Walker is looking to do is identify those systems that have a retirement benefit that's not that great, and as a result, even after 25 years of service, that some public school employees, other than teachers, might not be also qualifying for Social Security benefits under Title II. That's for federal old age survivors disability insurance benefits. So it's not a cost. We're asking ERS to do a review, a study of those systems. The second part, lines 21 through 32, this is correcting a discrepancy in state law. I'm holding up a letter from the IRS. In 2010, an Attorney General opinion concluded that Georgia state law was not clear whether a commissioned charter school teachers needed to be in a state plan, a state retirement plan. However, in 2015, an audit of one school's retirement plan, the IRS noted that the school was out of compliance with this letter dated May 15th, 2015 from the IRS. Very simply, this bill clarifies that these employees hired on or after June 1st of 2023 are not part of the state plan only if the nonprofit governing board elects to provide an alternative plan. So if a nonprofit governing board offers an alternative retirement plan and clarifies that they are not, that these employees are not part of the state plan. The last part of the bill is what House Bill 285, authored by my friend from Statesboro. This allows ERS to invest up to 10% in alternative investments. Didn't make it all the way through the Senate. We're going to try to get it done this way. So with that, Mr. Speaker, I'll yield for a question, but given the hour, I prefer to yield the well.
That's your choice. You have one question.
One question. Yes, sir.
Representative Jasmine Clark to your left has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Does the gentleman yield?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, so you mentioned when you were going through the bill, first, we have 2 copies of this. Can you tell us what LC number you are?
Sure. Yes, ma'am. I'm working on LC 432861S.
Okay, thank you. Does the gentleman further yield?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, so you mentioned that the this bill requires a report for those employees that are not eligible for Social Security Act. I understand that. What is the purpose of this report? Like, what is the intention after this report is
Sure.
made?
I think the Senator Walker across the hall, and it's specifically it's a report of the systems, not the employee level data, but we're going to try to find out the systems that offer retirement plans that are not enabling these hardworking public school employees to also, if there's a case of disability or what have you, to also qualify for Title II of Social Security. That's what we're looking to do, to make sure that all of these public school employees are covered as best they can.
So, gentleman, yield for a final question.
Yes, ma'am.
So is there legislation in the works to fix that? Because this sounds like it's just more of like, I'm going to tell you this is happening, but I don't see where it's actually going to.
Well, I think we
address
need
it.
the information first, and that's what this review is all about.
Thank you.
Thank you. With that, Mr. Speaker, given the hour, I would ask for this body's favorable consideration.
Gentleman has yielded the well. Is there any objection to the previous question being ordered? The chair hears none. The previous question is ordered. Is there any objection to withdrawing the committee substitute? The chair hears none. The committee substitute is withdrawn. Is there any objection to adopting the substitute offered by the Committee on Rules? Chair hears none. The Rules Committee substitute is adopted. Is there any objection to agreeing to the report of the committee, which was favorable to the passage of the bill? The chair hears none. The report of the committee is agreed to. Shall this bill now pass? All in favor of the passage of the bill will vote yes. All those opposed will vote no, and the clerk will unlock the machine. Have all members voted? If so, the clerk will lock the machine. On the passage of the bill, the yeas are 165, the nays 1. The bill, having received the requisite constitutional majority, is therefore passed. Mr. Clerk, will you read the caption to Senate Resolution 175?
Senate Resolution 175 by Senator Brass, the 28th, and others, a resolution creating the Joint Study Committee on Dual Enrollment for Highly Skilled Talent at Younger Ages. This resolution having been assigned to the Committee on Education, that committee recommends that this resolution be adopted by committee substitute.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. The gentleman from the coast, Representative Townsend, is recognized to present the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. There's two parts of this. Section 1 deals with 175, the original 175. It relates to Senate Bill 86, where it's a study committee to track the kids who are using the HOPE credit, dual enrollment credit, as a sophomore instead of a senior, so they can jumpstart their careers, such as healthcare, robotics, manufacturing, in those areas. Second part is a service delivery strategy section. Creates a joint study committee. As you know, during the loss negotiations, sometimes the county government, city government get, I guess, in odds at each other, and this will help with the impasse. And Mr. Speaker, that is it. And if there's any questions, I'll be glad to answer. If not, I'll yield the well.
You have no questions.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Gentlemen, yielded the well. Is there any objection to the previous question being ordered? The chair hears none. The previous question is ordered. Is there any objection to agreeing to the report of the committee, which was favorable to the adoption of the resolution? The chair hears none. The report of the committee is agreed to. Shall this resolution now be adopted? All in favor of the adoption of the resolution will vote yes. All those opposed will vote no, and the clerk will unlock the machine. For what purpose is Representative Adeyina rise? He waives. Good choice. Have all members voted? If so, the clerk will lock the machine. On the adoption of the resolution, the yeas were 167, the nays 0. The resolution, having received the requisite constitutional majority, is therefore adopted. Mr. Clerk, will you read the caption of Senate Bill 1313?
Senate Bill 13 by Senator Albers, the 56th, and others, to be entitled an act to amend Code Section 913-161, 4414-162, and 4841 of the Official Code of Georgia Annotated, relating to where and when sales under execution held and change of place of public sales by court order. This bill having referred to the Committee on Judiciary, that committee recommends that this bill do pass by Rules Committee substitute.
Chairman Chuck Martin is recognized to present the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, with respect to the clerk, that's not what this bill does anymore. This bill is been replaced. Senate Bill 13 has been replaced with House Bill 36. House Bill 36, this body passed 170-0 on the 23rd of February. It passed Senate committee on the 14th of March and didn't make it onto the floor for Senate rules. So Senator Albers has been gracious enough to give us this bill number so that we could send this over and make another pass at that. To remind the House what this does is this allows people, taxpayers, to appeal directly to a hearing officer with real property. Personal property of over $200,000. We're trying to unclog, if members remember, we're trying to unclog the Superior Court system, because right now if you appeal, you go to the Board of Equalization, which is surely to get you an appeal to the Superior Court. Superior Court is clogged already and is not an appellate court. So this is trying to allow them to go to a hearing officer. Again, Mr. Speaker, this is a bill that has the exact same language that we passed 170-0 on the 23rd of February. If there are no questions, I would ask us to send it over to the Senate again and give them one more shot to do the right thing by the taxpayers in Georgia.
Gentleman has no questions.
I yield the well and ask for the House's favorable consideration.
The gentleman has yielded the well. Is there any objection to the previous question being ordered? The chair hears none. The previous question is ordered. Is there any objection to withdrawing the committee's substitute? The chair hears none. The committee's substitute is withdrawn. Is there any objection to adopting the substitute offered by the Committee on Rules? The chair hears none. The Rules Committee substitute is adopted. Is there any objection to agreeing to the report of the committee, which was favorable to the passage of the bill? The chair hears none. The report of the committee is agreed to. Shall this bill now pass? All in favor of passage of the bill will vote yes. All those opposed will vote no. And the clerk will unlock the machine. Have all members voted? If so, the clerk will lock the machine on the passage of the bill. The yeas were 170, the nays 0. The bill, having received the requisite constitutional majority, is therefore passed. Clerk will read the caption to Senate Bill 1111.
Senate Bill 11 by Senator Albers, the 56th, to amend Article 1 of Chapter 3 of Title 35 of the Official Code of Georgia Annotated relating to general provisions concerning the Georgia Bureau of Investigation so as to provide for concurrent jurisdiction by the Georgia Bureau of Investigation in cases involving identification, investigation, arrest, and prosecution of individuals or group of individuals for violation of state laws. This bill has been referred to the Committee on Public Safety and Homeland Security. That committee recommends that this bill do pass.
Well, I'm going to recognize the lady from the 131st House District. Is today a special day? It is a special day. Happy birthday, Representative Jody Lott. Happy birthday. Representative Lott is recognized to present the bill.
Good evening, colleagues. If you heard the clerk's reading of the caption, that is almost the entire bill. SB 11 is the Georgia Fights Terrorism Act. It is 6 lines that simply clarifies the role that the Georgia Bureau of Investigation holds as it relates to investigating and handling concerns of domestic, cyber, biological, chemical, and nuclear terrorism. I ask for your favorable consideration of the bill, and Mr. Speaker, if there are no questions, I will yield the well.
The lady has no question. Did a great job.
Thank you.
The lady has yielded the well. Is there any objection to the previous question being ordered? The chair hears none. The previous question is ordered. Is there any objection to agreeing to the report of the committee, which was favorable to the passage of the bill? The chair hears none. The report of the committee is agreed to. Shall this bill now pass? All in favor of the passage of the bill will vote yes. All those opposed will vote no. And the clerk will unlock the machine. Have all members voted? All members voted. If so, the clerk will lock the machine on the passage of the bill. The yeas were 165, the nays 0. The bill having received the requisite constitutional majority is therefore passed. Mr. Clerk, will you read the caption to Senate Bill 195.
Senate Bill 195 by Senator Walker, the 20th, to be entitled an act to amend Title 43 of the Official Code of Georgia annotated relating to professions and businesses so as to repeal Code Section 43-134 relating to licenses for transitioning members of the armed forces. This bill having referred to the Committee on Regulated Industries, that committee recommends that this bill do pass by Rules Committee sub.
There she is. Representative Ballard is recognized to present the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So we have a rule substitute. So what's being subbed in is House Bill 377, which is a bill that was voted unanimously out of this chamber last year and got caught up in the Senate and didn't quite make it over before sine die last year. It changes the language. Military spouses will receive their expedited licenses within 30 days instead of 90 days, and that's what it does. Any questions?
Lady has no questions.
Okay, thank you. I yield the well.
Lady has yielded the well. Is there any objection to the previous question being ordered? The chair hears none. The previous question is ordered. Is there any objection to adopting the substitute offered by the Committee on Rules? The chair hears none. The Rules Committee substitute is adopted. Is there any objection to agreeing to the report of the committee, which was favorable to the passage of the bill? The chair hears none. The report of the committee is agreed to. Shall this bill now pass? All in favor of the passage of the bill will vote yes. All those opposed will vote no, and the clerk will unlock the machine. For what purpose does Representative Gladney rise?
Parliamentary inquiry, Mr. Speaker.
State your inquiry.
Is it not true that this is a military bill and it supports those who serve this country and this state?
I know that lady knows very well of what she speaks because she's done that.
Thank you, sir. I appreciate this bill.
Thank you for that question and that statement. Have all members voted? If so, the clerk will lock the machine on the passage of the bills. The yeas were 169, the nays are 0. The bill having received the requisite constitutional majority is therefore passed. Mr. Clerk, will you read the caption to Senate Bill 127?
Senate Bill 127 by Senator Hickman of the 4th, to be entitled an act to amend Article 3 of Chapter 13 of Title 48 of the Official Code of Georgia annotated relating to excise tax on rooms, lodgings, and accommodations so as to provide procedures for certain local governments to change the designated private sector nonprofit organization engaged to promote tourism, conventions, and trade shows. This bill having referred to the Committee on Ways and Means, that committee recommends that this bill do pass.
Let's see. All right. The Dean of the Chatham County Delegation, the City of Savannah, and all of Chatham County and parts unknown. Chairman Ron Stevens will present the bill.
That's quite an introduction. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen of the House, Senate Bill 127 is an oversight agreement between cities and the lodging taxes, if you will. It's a bill that enhances the jurisdiction of the Department of Community Affairs, which includes oversight over the agreements between the local government and the destination marketing organizations. Some of you might call those CVBs. The bill passed the Senate 50-2, and over here it got out of the Ways and Means Committee unanimous, but ran out of time. Currently, the Hotel Motel Performance Review Board is active already in the DCA, so this will just oversight, and that's all the bill does.
Gentleman, yield for a question.
Yes, sir.
Whip Park, right to your left.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Chairman, sorry, could you go over the LC number? I think I may be confused with the rule substitute.
I hope that I have got the right one, LC 472163.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll ask for your favorable support.
You have one more question?
Certainly.
Representative Donahue, to your left, has a question. To your left.
Does my friend yield?
Absolutely.
Let me ask you, does this renew the $5 tax that we have to charge every time my cabins, we rent them? It's a $5 charge.
No, sir, it doesn't affect that.
Thank you.
Yes, sir. Mr. Speaker, I'll yield the well. Thank you.
Gentleman has yielded the well. Is there any objection to the previous question being ordered? The chair hears none. The previous question is ordered. Is there any objection to agreeing to the report of the committee, which was favorable to the passage of the bill? Chair hears none. The report of the committee is agreed to. Shall this bill now pass? All in favor of the passage of the bill will vote yes. All those opposed will vote no, and the clerk will unlock the machine. Have all members voted? If so, the clerk will lock the machines. On the passage of the bill, the yeas were 161, the nays 4. The bill, having received the requisite constitutional majority, is therefore passed. Mr. Clerk, will you read the caption to SB 160.
Senate Bill 160 by Senator Still of the 48th and others to be entitled an act to amend Title 34 of the Official Code of Georgia annotated relating to labor and industrial relations so as to change certain provisions relating to employment security. This bill having referred to the Committee on Industry and Labor, that committee recommends that this bill do pass.
Representative Cameron is recognized to present the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Several weeks ago, I presented HB 518. It was a labor bill that reestablished the administrative assessment that had been allowed to lapse for the Department of Labor. It also established a new 0.06 assessment for new employers. Senate Bill 160 is almost exactly the same, except it changed the dates that the administrative assessments lapsed. On my bill, the assessment, the 0.06 lapsed on 12/31 of 2033. On the Senate Bill 160, both assessments they sunset at 12/31 of 2026, and that's the bill. And I yield for questions, Mr. Speaker.
You did a good job. You don't have any questions.
Thank you. I ask for your favorable consideration.
The gentleman's yielded well. We do have a couple of speakers on the bill. Representative Lisa Campbell is recognized to speak to the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Good evening, colleagues. It's been a long day, and we've talked about a number of issues impacting our constituents and the people of Georgia. Earlier today, we talked a lot about ending poverty. And I want everyone to understand what we're about to vote on. While it might seem like it's clerical in nature, that we've done it before, this particular bill does not move us forward in terms of ending poverty and homelessness. This bill, Senate Bill 160, reestablishes a previously implemented administrative assessment fee, but it could also potentially risk the solvency of Georgia's Unemployment Insurance Trust Fund. And this is why I rise today to speak against Senate Bill 160. As a longtime business owner in Georgia and a longtime professional worker in Georgia, I have firsthand experience about the benefits as a business owner of contributing to our unemployment insurance. It's an important part of protecting and empowering a stable economic environment for people and for companies to thrive throughout the state. We all know that the federal state unemployment insurance system helps many people who have lost their jobs by temporarily replacing part of their wages while they look for work. Some may not know that this was created in 1935 as a form of insurance, like health, home, car insurance, to help citizens manage financial risk when a job loss happens, in which modest taxes collected from employers are paid into the system on behalf of their working employees to provide them with income support if they're laid off by those same employers. The system also helps sustain consumer demand during economic downturns by providing a continuing stream of dollars for families to spend in our economy. Unemployment insurance benefits are designed first to relieve distress for jobless workers and their families in recessions and early stages of recoveries, and they also have a dual purpose because they also provide an additional benefit. They stimulate economic activity and job creation. It's the whole reason Congress created the basic unemployment insurance program to boost our economy. And a little note here, we often talk about unemployment, right, and benefits, and we dropped that insurance often when we're speaking. And I think that hurts our understanding of the impact that it has. It helps working Georgians. Working Georgians. To qualify, a person must have, one, lost a job through no fault of his or her own. This does not protect people who quit. This does not apply to people who are not working. Number two, they have to be able to work, available to work, and actively seeking work, all things that we support. And number three, they have at least earned a certain amount of money during a base period prior to becoming unemployed. They haven't just worked a day or two. And more than 70 years after its inception, unemployment insurance continues to provide a valuable cushion against income losses from temporary unemployment for all of our families. We talked about this earlier, right? Why do we have such a homeless problem? If I lose my job, how am I going to pay for my mortgage if I own a home? How am I going to pay for my rent? How am I going to care for my family providing food and all the things that we support our family with? It also serves as an effective automatic stabilizer for the overall economy because it shores up workers' purchasing power. The basic compact that the unemployment insurance system has embodied since its creation, since 1935, is that people who've amassed a sufficient record of work and on whose behalf unemployment insurance taxes have faithfully been paid should receive these benefits if they're laid off and they're searching for a new job. So if we agree on the success of this program, then shouldn't it follow that we agree that the program should be solvent and we should not be taking steps that jeopardize our future ability to maximize the long-term economic benefits? So now to the crux of this bill. Federal law defines unemployment compensation as, quote, cash benefits payable to individuals with respect to their unemployment. And it lays out a few basic requirements, principally the following two. Number one, quote, all money withdrawn from the unemployment insurance fund of the state shall be used solely in the payment of unemployment compensation. Park that for a minute. And number 2, states cannot impose excessively burdensome methods of administration that block access for otherwise eligible individuals. These requirements ensure that states maintain programs. However, Senate Bill 160 has reintroduced an administrative fee that will be paid by employers and then used by the department for staffing. But in an effort to keep the total dollars paid by employers at the same rate, the proposed tax rate for new businesses has been lowered so that businesses will not see an increase. Sounds good for business in the short term? In the short term. But it really hurts our ability to keep our trust funds solvent, and it hurts businesses in the long term as well. Short-term benefits for our businesses today, losses for our economy and our working families tomorrow. This is especially problematic at this time because financial planners and economists recommend that states have at least a year's worth of funds in their unemployment insurance trust fund. And the state of Georgia currently only has 4 months of funding in our unemployment insurance trust fund, which is dangerously low for a state the size of Georgia that takes pride in our vibrant economy. Think about some of the other trust funds we've been talking about here. The lottery, we have a significantly higher percentage of funds. If we really care about our workers, if we are serious about ending homelessness and poverty, we can stop this by changing the language in this bill and thinking about the rates differently. Proponents of this bill are creating an either-or narrative potentially, suggesting that we can only adequately fund the administration assessment fees, which funds the Department of Labor's operations, and we can't adequately fund our trust fund at the same time. I think this is limiting and a failure of our legislative leadership if we buy into it. We can, and to maintain the vibrancy of our well-being and economic stability, we must work to do both. When we look at the detail, lines 32 through 36, Senate Bill 160 would suppress the employer unemployment tax rate given to new employers, extending the suppression of a tax that directly funds our trust fund from its original rate of 2.7% to 2.64%, swapping out with that administrative fee. On lines 37 through 46, the bill goes a step further by setting up to potentially permanently reduce new employer-generated revenue that funds Georgia's unemployment insurance trust fund. From a business perspective, these provisions don't serve desires for a more stable economy and a larger pool of quality workers. That's what we're going here, right? And reducing unemployment trust fund dollars often leads to worse, further restricting jobless workers' access to benefits to compensate the smaller trust fund. One other note here, this reduction is for new employers, but it's interesting to bear in mind that less than half of new businesses survive for more than 5 years. So when these workers lose jobs from businesses that will routinely fail, some of their employers who've been paying this reduced rate will seek benefits that Georgia must pay for. When it's harder for workers to access unemployment during jobless spells, fewer of them have wage protections to pay for basic necessities. This could likely force Georgia workers into unstable jobs that eventually cycle them back to unemployment because they're just desperate to make ends meet, or it could force them to suffer longer jobless spells as they struggle to continue their job search and stay afloat without ample resources. Or ultimately, it could push them out of the workforce completely because of the weight of spiraling hardship. You know, we talk a lot about helping people. If we look at this bill and do it differently, we could actually help out upstream, proactively, helping Georgia workers so they don't drown when they are laid off for no fault of their own. For legislators committing to equitably balancing the needs of our shared economy, working families, and employers, for a body that wants to address homelessness, poverty, and improve healthcare outcomes, this bill may be one of the most important ways we could stop the spiral of potential financial ruin when people lose their job through no fault of their own. Let's stop pushing people into the river of downward prospects. Saying no to this bill and going back to the drawing board would be addressing one of the root causes of homelessness. Join with me and let's send this bill back to committee to reinstate the admin fee and support minimal tax rates that fully fund the solvency of our unemployment trust fund. And in doing so, this bill should receive your no vote. Thank you, and I yield the well.
Lady has yielded the well. Whip Park is recognized to speak to the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in opposition to SB 60 because it may underfund the Unemployment Insurance Fund, or UI Trust Fund, by an estimated $60 to $75 million over the next 3 years, which, as my colleagues so eloquently and comprehensively argued, would unnecessarily risk the solvency of the UI Trust Fund. Now, colleagues, I know the hour is late. Given the excellent remarks that my colleague before me provided, I will not read all of my remarks, believe it or not. But this is an important issue that can be a little difficult to follow, so I would like to provide as much information about an issue that's critically important, especially to Georgia workers, in a moment of economic Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In a moment of economic uncertainty, Georgia's Unemployment Insurance Trust Fund is a critical part of our state's social safety net, providing temporary financial assistance to eligible individuals who have lost their jobs, again, through no fault of their own. The solvency of this trust fund is wholly dependent on our actions and the actions of Georgia employers. Now let's dive into the meat of this bill. In SB 160, in Section 1, lines 16 to 36, the contribution rates of employers in the state of Georgia are listed that require them to pay various amounts per different periods. As you can see on line 18, the standard contribution rate is 2.7%. Unfortunately, again, as my colleague stated, this bill suppresses new employers' UI trust fund contribution rate from 2.7% to 2.64% of the employer's payroll until 2026 on lines 32 to 33. Now, in Section 2 of this bill, on lines 41 to 44, tenured employers' contribution rates are also suppressed at the lower rate schedule until 2026. That difference between the standard 2.7% and the suppressed 2.64% is that 0.06%. Now, at first, I thought that this might be a tax cut for employers. However, upon further examination and in speaking with other colleagues, it is not. That 0.06% is taken from the employer contribution rate that would otherwise go into the UI Trust Fund and is being used as an administrative assessment for the Department of Labor, as you'll see throughout Section 3 from lines 52 to 73. Conversely, I think it is also important to note that that 0.06% administrative assessment is not a new tax on an employer. Employers still have to pay a 2.7% contribution rate to the Department of Labor. That 2.7% is just bifurcated under this bill, with 2.64% going toward the UI Trust Fund and 0.06% going toward state operations. Now, lines 74 to 83 make clear that the 0.06% administrative assessment, while it will still be deposited in the Unemployment Compensation Fund, shall expressly not be considered to be part of the Unemployment Compensation Fund. The bill further states on line 79 to 83 that for the next 3 years, or until December 2026, our new labor commissioner will be authorized to transfer this administrative assessment to the state treasury, payable upon requisition to the Commissioner of Labor. Please note, as legislators, we allowed this administrative assessment and the suppression of employer contributions to the UI Trust Fund, which began in 2017, to expire in 2022. During the Industry and Labor Committee, where this bill was heard at least 2 times, because there's a House companion bill as well, the Labor Commissioner came and testified in support of this bill, saying that that 0.06% administrative assessment could raise an estimated $20 to $25 million a year. Analysis of the State Accounting Office found that this administrative assessment generated a yearly average of $21 million from 2016 to 2022. Over a 3-year period of time, we are looking at $60 million to $75 million that should have gone to the UI Trust Fund, but may now be used at the Department of Labor for operations upon their request. For some context, per the most recent fiscal year 2024 budget that I reviewed, that I know is still in conference committee as we speak, total funds for the Georgia Department of Labor is $51 million for fiscal year 2024. The budget under Section 32.1 regarding departmental administration is $20 million, whereas the budget for unemployment insurance is $30 million. So in effect, this administrative fee of 0.06% annually is doubling the entire administrative budget of the Department of Labor for the next 3 years. Again, during committee, the Labor Commissioner mentioned these funds would be used to get through a backlog of 50,000 to 60,000 of these delayed or unemployment cases that have not yet been addressed as a result of the pandemic, along with using these funds to address other challenges and issues that he had inherited. I do not question the sincerity or the intent to improve the Georgia Department of Labor, which I'm sure there's bipartisan support to ensure. However, I am concerned about the impact this bill will have on the UI Trust Fund and oppose the false choice this bill creates between ensuring the solvency of our UI Trust Fund amidst economic uncertainty and ensuring that the Labor Department has all the resources it needs to carry out its mission. According to the U.S. Department of Labor's 2023 State UI Trust Fund Solvency Report, as of January 2023, Georgia's UI Trust Fund balance was $1.38 billion. According to analysis of our trust fund, based on the size of Georgia's economy and the average amount of unemployment insurance benefit payouts during its worst recessions, the United States Department of Labor estimates that Georgia's trust fund balance has enough to supply unemployment insurance protections for nearly 5 months of the average high-level recession. However, the U.S. Department of Labor recommends that the state trust fund balances cover at least 1 year of protections, as determined by the U.S. Department of Labor. Again, according to analysis of this issue, Georgia's UI Trust Fund is the core of its broader unemployment insurance system. Trust fund reserves support UI benefits, which the Georgia Department of Labor administers to serve the 3 primary functions of its unemployment insurance system: preventing high levels of hardship by protecting the lost wages of unemployed workers, contributing to workforce development pipelines by supporting dislocated workers as they train and prepare to fill new job vacancies, and lastly, sustaining consumer spending levels during downturns to spur economic recovery. The 3-year suppression of employer contributions to the UI Trust Fund would layer upon existing irresponsible UI financing practices. Georgia's UI system relies on various factors to make up its average employer contribution rate, which ranks below 34 other states. This is partially attributed to disproportionate UI trust fund contribution burdens placed on low-wage paying employers. Georgia collects employer contributions from the first $9,500 of payroll, placing it below every other state except for Tennessee and Florida. By favoring employers who can afford to pay higher wages, this also places unfair trust fund contribution burdens on small businesses. Furthermore, employers carry heavier burdens given that only 12% of the UI benefits charged out of Georgia's UI Trust Fund are considered when calculating tenured employers' trust fund contributions. Collectively, Georgia's existing practices fail to adequately replenish trust fund payouts for UI benefits. In 2022, average employer contributions to Georgia's UI trust fund were 62% below what U.S. Department of Labor estimates to be enough to match annual UI benefit payment levels. Current trust fund levels also lack sufficient reserves to protect unemployed workers during an average recession. This inadequate trust fund investment has taken place despite overall 2022 state revenue from employer profits nearly doubling that of 2019. While spared from debt and insolvency thanks to $1.6 billion in federal pandemic relief funds, Georgia's current trust fund remains weak, as demonstrated by the U.S. Department of Labor's solvency data. Its current lack of resiliency is also a product of poor post-Great Recession financing practices. For 8 out of 10 years, between 2010 to 2019, our trust fund reserves averaged 14% below healthy levels needed to withstand the average pre-pandemic recession. This lack of trust fund investment occurred despite overall state revenue growth of 86% over that same period of time. Instead of pursuing UI financing policies that would increase average employer contribution rates to the trust fund, in 2012, state lawmakers began reducing UI benefit access for Georgia workers, which allowed inadequate contribution levels to catch up with reduced UI benefit payouts over time. This has resulted in a state UI system with a positive trust balance, but one that is too weak to handle the average recession again. Combined with other restrictions, Georgia's UI trust fund leaves many Georgia workers, particularly black workers, ineligible for lost wage protections when they need them. This includes restrictions that have disproportionately barred unemployed black workers because of wage and employment eligibility restrictions. Georgia's maximum UI benefit duration of 14 weeks, when the overall unemployment rate is 4.5% or less, systemically excludes black workers who currently experience unemployment at 5.6%. And combined with a UI system that has yet to be modernized to respond to dislocated workers' needs, many Georgians feel discouraged from even applying for UI protections from an agency that too often cannot respond timely to public needs. I'm going to skip ahead just because, again, I know I've probably been going on for a bit, even though I know y'all enjoy me talking about the Unemployment Insurance Trust Fund at 9 p.m. on a Monday. Simply put, this bill presents a false choice and is a reminder to all of us that elections matter. This is a bill that will risk the insolvency of our UI trust fund over the next 3 years by $60 to $75 million as a mechanism to simply do what we should be doing to begin with, which is investing in our Department of Labor to help workforce development and to help unemployed workers get back on their feet. Lastly, I'll say, I agree with the understanding that workers and employers bear the fruit of a more stable economy when the solvency of the UI Trust Fund remains a priority. Bolstering Georgia's trust fund during good economic times better prepares our state to persevere and more quickly recover from downturns, especially in this moment in time when we're facing so much economic uncertainty. As policymakers, we cannot use Georgia's strong economy to make changes that would suppress and underfund this critical safety net when we do not see the immediate impact. Let's think long term. As we have billions in our rainy day fund in preparation for declining revenues, so too should we invest in our unemployment insurance trust fund to support Georgia workers during a downturn. In doing so, not only can Georgia be the best state in which to do business, but hopefully the best state for workers. For all of these reasons, I respectfully urge members of this House to vote no to SB 160, and I yield the will. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Gentleman has yielded the well. The chair recognizes Chairman Werkheiser to speak for the bill.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I know y'all are loving this riveting debate. So this bill is something we do every other year. Every biennium, we redo the sunset on the reassessment. We've basically been paying this same rate since 1987, and to borrow from my good friend Spencer Fry, the sky is not falling. It baffles me, the answer to this, because one party wants you to believe that the rate is not high enough, so vote against the bill. Okay? Let that sink in. The rate is not high enough. We're not going to collect enough money at this rate, so vote no against the bill. Let's say they're successful at that. Then we'll collect zero. So I don't think that's a very good solution. And I wasn't really prepared to talk about this. I didn't know this was going to be such a battle, but just wanted to discuss some of these things. I've been a business owner for close to 40 years, and fortunately don't have W-2 employees anymore, sold all that, but I do know for years and years, I would get notices from the Department of Labor saying, congratulations, you have a 3-month, 6-month, 8-month stay on paying because we're doing so well on collecting monies. I've never, in my nearly 40 years, gotten a notice from the Department of Labor that said, oops, we're not collecting enough, we need to collect more. But I have many times over the years got notices that said, hey, we're good, we got enough money, we don't need to collect. It's been brought up that, depending on who you talk to, we've got a 4 or 5 month insolvency rate staring at us. Well, guess what? We just had a pandemic. We went through a lot of money. We've got over $1 billion in that fund right now, and to some that may seem like a lot of money. It's not. If we were about to enter another pandemic, it would not be enough money. And one of the solutions was said, let's send this back to committee. Let's get a higher rate. Well, I got news for you. We're not meeting tomorrow. So why don't we do this? Why don't we pass it at this rate, the rate that we've been paying within .002 for the since 1987. Some of y'all weren't even born then. This is basically the rate that this state has survived on since 1987. So why don't we do this? Since we just came through a pandemic, let's vote this, see how we're doing 12 months from now, and if we miss the mark, let's raise it. But the only reason we're even having this discussion is the Senate, in their infinite wisdom, did not take this up last year, when usually agency bills don't get overlooked. But I'm not going to belabor this at a lot of the other points. I'm just saying, let's pass this out. The sky's not falling. If we need to look at a different rate, let's do that next year. Thank you.
The gentleman has yielded the well. Is there any objection to the previous question being ordered? The chair hears none. The previous question is ordered. Is there any objection to agreeing to the report of the committee which was favorable to the passage of the bill? The chair hears none. The report of the committee is agreed to. Shall this bill now pass? All in favor of the passage of the bill will vote yes. All those opposed will vote no. And the clerk will unlock the machine. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? If so, the clerk will lock the machine. On the passage of the bill, the yeas were 97, the nays were 68. The bill, having received the requisite constitutional majority, is therefore passed. Clerk will read the caption to Senate Bill 68. Senate Bill 68.
Senate Bill 68 by Senator Williams, the 25th, and others, to be entitled an act to amend Code Section 1614.3 of the Official Code of Georgia Annotated relating to definitions regarding racketeer, influenced, and corrupt organizations. This bill having referred to the Committee on Judiciary and Non-Civil, that committee recommends that this bill do pass.
Chair recognizes Representative Vance to present the bill.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. The Senate bill applies the racketeering statute to those who use animal cruelty for entertainment and profit. Currently, gangs are using dogfighting to raise money for their criminal organizations. For example, in the last 12 months, a dogfighting arrest in Cherokee County resulted in the seizure for safekeeping of over 100 dogs. A similar case in Paulding County resulted in the seizure of 25 dogs. Fellow representatives, I implore you to favorably vote for this bill to give law enforcement and prosecutors another tool to prosecute this most abhorrent activity. I'll be glad to take any questions. If not, Madam Chairman, I'll yield the well and thank you.
The gentleman has one question. The chair recognizes Representative Wilkerson for a question.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
To your left.
Does the gentleman yield?
Yes, sir.
I guess in plain English, what would this exactly do? Like, how would it lock him up? Because I remember a couple of years ago we had an athlete that was dogfighting, I guess, and he went to jail for a long time, so I'm trying to think what this is going to do.
Okay, sir, the racketeering statute has to do with you, if you are caught doing this activity, much like drug dealers, if you're caught doing this activity at least 2 times, you can be charged under the racketeering statute, and those profits derived thereof or therefrom can be seized.
Chair recognizes Representative Williams for a question. To your far left.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So my question is, which LC number are we working off of? Because the one I've got refers to motor vehicle parts.
I know. The one we are working off of, ma'am, is LC 393721S, parentheses SCS. Close
Well,
parentheses.
It starts out by talking about dog fighting, but then it says, adding a new division to read as follows: possession of motor vehicle parts from which identification has been removed. And then it talks about, okay, are the offenses enumerated in Code Section 161237 the dogfighting ones?
Correct.
Okay. Thank you.
Madam Chairman, I yield the will.
The gentleman has yielded the well. Is there any objection to the previous question being ordered? The chair hears none. The previous question is ordered. Is there any objection to agreeing to the report of the committee which was favorable to the passage of the bill? The chair hears none. The report of the committee is agreed to. Shall this bill now pass? All in favor of the passage of the bill will vote yes. All those opposed will vote no, and the clerk will unlock the machine. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? If so, the clerk will lock the machine on the passage of the bill. The yeas were 163, the nays were 4. The bill, having received the requisite constitutional majority, is therefore passed. Clerk, read the caption to Senate Bill 20. Senate Bill 20.
Senate Bill 20 by Senator Kirkpatrick of the 32nd and others to be entitled an act to amend Chapter 20E and Title 33 of the Official Code of Georgia annotated the Surprise Billing Consumer Protection Act so as to ensure consumer access to quality health care by setting adequacy standards for network plans offered by an insurer. This bill I refer to the Committee on Insurance. That committee recommends that this bill do pass.
Chair recognizes Representative Hawkins to present the bill.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. You'll notice that this bill is titled the Surprise Billing Consumer Protection Act. It's really not that, but it is that sort of. Years ago, we dealt with a number of issues on protecting the patients of Georgia. One of those issues was adequate networks. In other words, enough docs in that network to actually treat patients. So patients had access to care. So that's how this title came about. This was really brought to us by the Insurance Commissioner's Office at that time. And so this bill addresses that. It gives the Insurance Commissioner much more of a hand in ensuring that these networks are adequately filled with physicians. It's a good bill. It's going to provide access to care for Georgians. If there's no questions, I will yield the will.
There are no questions. The gentleman has yielded the well. Is there any objection to the previous question being ordered? The chair hears none. The previous question is ordered. Is there any objection to agreeing to the report of the committee which was favorable to the passage of the bill? The chair hears none. The report of the committee is agreed to. Shall this bill now pass? All in favor of the passage of the bill will vote yes. All those opposed will vote no, and the clerk will unlock the machine. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? If so, the clerk will lock the machine. On the passage of the bill, the yeas were 166, the nays were 2. The bill, having received the requisite constitutional majority, is therefore passed. Clerk will read the caption to Senate Bill 155. Senate Bill 155.
Senate Bill 155 by Senator Kirkpatrick of the 32nd to be entitled an act to amend Part 1 of Article 4, Chapter 11 of Title 16 of the Official Code of Georgia annotated relating to general provisions relative to dangerous instrumentalities and practices, so as revised provisions relating to harming a law enforcement animal. This bill having referred to the Committee on Public Safety and Homeland Security. That committee recommends that this bill do pass by committee substitute.
Chair recognizes Representative Washburn to present the bill.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen of the House, I rise to present Senate Bill 155. The author of that bill is Senator Kirkpatrick. Georgia has a long history of protecting public safety animals dating back to 1983. This section of law was amended in 2015 with the passage of Tanya's Law, arising out of the death of a canine Tanya in Walker County who was shot and killed in the line of duty. This bill, Senate Bill 155, is called Figo's Law in honor of a Georgia State Patrol dog shot and killed last fall in Sandy Springs while pursuing a homicide suspect. Since 2015, our canine friends have been used more and more in the area of protecting us and in law enforcement. The intent of the previous law was good, but by creating 4 different levels of harm, there's been a lot of confusion between 2 of the sections of the bill by judges and juries. So this bill does 3 things. It simplifies the definition of a public safety animal and a search and rescue animal. It simplifies the offenses to eliminate the ambiguity in the current law. Interfering with a public safety or search and rescue animal is a misdemeanor. Harming a public safety or search and rescue animal is a high and aggravated misdemeanor. And aggravating or harming a public safety or search and rescue animal so that the animal is killed is a felony punishable by 2 to 10 years of imprisonment, which can be changed with an agreement between the prosecution and the defense. The bill also requires restitution, including vet bills, retraining or replacement of these injured animals. And it should be noted that it costs $20,000 to train one of these animals. The prosecuting attorney's counsel is in support of the bill. It makes the law protecting these important team members simpler and easier to administer in the court system. I'm happy to answer any questions about this bill. Of course, all animals, these animals should be protected anyway, but the fact that they do what they do to protect us is important, and this is a good bill. I will answer any questions.
There are no questions.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. I ask your favorable consideration of this bill.
The gentleman has yielded the well. Is there any objection to the previous question being ordered? The chair hears none. The previous question is ordered. Is there any objection to adopting the committee substitute? The chair hears none. The committee substitute is adopted. Is there any objection to agreeing to the report of the committee, which was favorable to the passage of the bill? The chair hears none. The report of the committee is agreed to. Shall this bill now pass? All in favor of the passage of the bill will vote yes. All those opposed will vote no, and the clerk will unlock the machine. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? If so, the clerk will lock the machine. On the passage of the bill, the yeas were 168, the nays were 0. The bill, having received the requisite constitutional majority, is therefore passed. Clerk will read the caption to Senate Bill 217. Senate Bill 217.
Senate Bill 217 by Senator Albers of the 56th to be entitled an act to amend Chapter 2 of Title 40 of the Official Code of Georgia Annotated relating to registration and licensing of motor vehicles so as to provide for the offensive operation of a motor vehicle with a fraudulent license plate. This bill has been referred to the Committee on Motor Vehicles. That committee recommends that this bill do pass by Rules Committee substitute.
Chair recognizes Representative Collins to present the bill.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I bring to you today Senate Bill 217. Senate Bill 217 is a combination bill of Senate Bill 348, or excuse me, House Bill 348 and House Bill 301 that this body passed earlier in the session. House Bill 348 and 301 made it over to the Senate. They rolled them into one bill, and for some reason, that bill didn't get put on the rules consideration calendar on Thursday, so we took Senate Bill 217 and put some language in here. This deals with the school speeding cameras and the issues that we have, ongoing issues that we've had dealing with this problem. The genesis of the reason why I was trying to do some legislation, when someone was issued a civil monetary penalty for speeding in a school zone by a camera, and the fine was not paid, the new owner of the vehicle, if the vehicle was traded, the new owner was having to clean up the title and get the release done on the title before they could take possession of that vehicle. So there was a real flaw in the legislation. What this bill does is it releases that upon the trading in of a vehicle. Also, we wanted to make sure and limit the time, ladies and gentlemen, when these school traffic cameras could be used. The Senate made a few changes, and we've changed that back to 30 minutes before school and 30 minutes after the tardy bell, 30 minutes before school dismisses, and 30 minutes after. We also took some language from Representative Ridley's bill that also lumped this into the 35% rule that the municipality, local government, whether that be county or city, cannot have more than 35% of their revenue coming from these traffic cams. Also in the bill, we put in some language that the Department of Public Safety will investigate if there's any wrongdoing or malfeasance of using these cameras. We capped the fees and fines associated with this. It's $75 for the first violation, $125 for the second one, and we capped the $25 processing fee, so one of these companies cannot charge an exorbitant amount of money when those penalties are issued. Madam Speaker, that is the bill. I'll stand for any questions that you may have. Other than that, I'll yield the well.
Well, there are a few.
Okay.
The chair recognizes Representative Fleming in front of you for a question.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. To the gentleman in the well, I apologize. The conversation I tried to have with you before you got down there got interrupted because they called the bill. But the section that I was trying to talk to you about is on page 5 of the bill, starting on line 97, where it reads, upon the conclusion of an investigation conducted pursuant to this subsection of any code section, the governing body of a county or municipality found to have violated any provision of this chapter relating to automated traffic enforcement safety devices, and then you skip on down to line 101, shall be subject to the withholding of state funding.
Yes, sir.
Shall be subject.
Yes, sir.
Now, what you and I were discussing is, I can't maybe put this fully into context with the rest of the bill, but on line 98 where it says violates any provision, that means the investigation that was had found that, as I mentioned to you, maybe you did 99 things right, but you did one wrong. You send the ticket to the wrong person. You technically have violated any provision of this code section. And isn't the penalty for that on line 101 shall be subject to the withholding of state funding? And doesn't that mean any kind of state funding, whether it be LMIG, road paving, water, sewer, DCA grants? That's what I was trying to discern.
Sir, and Counselor, I appreciate your perspective on that. This investigation would be conducted by the Commissioner of the Department of Public Safety. We put that language in there, and it's very easy. You can see before you in the bill, very black and white, what you can and cannot do when you're using these cameras, and it's very clear. It's not ambiguous. The guidelines in place to operate these cameras and use this program is very simple, Counselor, in my opinion. And I would just submit to you that if a local government doesn't want to be subjected to the withholding of state funds, just obey the law. It's very simple. And furthermore, I would also submit to you that we put that language in there because we have some rogue cities in this state right now who have put up these cameras, and they're not using them to check the speed in a school zone. They're using these for other purposes, and this is going to send a clear message that we're not going to tolerate that. If it's against code and against the law in Georgia, and you're in a municipality and you break that law, you're going to be punished for that. But again, the investigation will be conducted by the Commissioner of the Department of Public Safety, and I value his opinion, and I understand that not only is he a certified and well-respected law professional, he has a lot of walking around sense too.
Thanks, sir.
Chair recognizes Representative Williams for a question. To your
Thank you, Madam
left.
Speaker. Is it not true that section that Representative Fleming was referring to does give me some pause? But from the big picture, is it not also true that because of advancements in technology, this could be the biggest rip-off speeding trap since the 60s in Georgia, because it is abusive, 2 and 3 o'clock in the day, tickets are being written, and this is just an iPad speeding trap. It's a rip-off. We need to spank it, give it a pacifier, and put it to bed.
Well, To my friend from South Georgia where the water tastes like cherry wine, you are exactly correct, my friend. Madam Speaker, the hour is getting late. The bill speaks for itself. Let's do the right thing, ladies and gentlemen, and give a green light to Senate Bill 217, and I yield the well.
Chair recognizes Representative Anulowicz to speak to the bill.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'll be brief. If my question had been taken, we probably could have spared us all this. But I also rise today to speak against this bill because I think we're all in agreement that we don't think these cameras should be revenue generators. The purpose and intent of these is to save lives, right? It's to save the lives of the children in these speed zones. And I think we all agree that we need guardrails on that so that no rogue cities, no rogue counties are abusing this. But my concern, again, is with these lines 97 to 102. And I think it should give everyone in this room pause, because this isn't just directed at rogue cities. This is directed at anybody who might get one of those 100 things incorrect. And that is very, very deeply concerning. Shall be subject to the withholding of state funding. That's really broad. It's really punitive. And again, I just think that everyone should have some pause about hitting the yes vote button for this bill, which I think we all agree. We want guardrails on these cameras, but I don't think what we want is any city making any kind of a mistake and having all of their state funding withheld from that city or that county. I yield the well.
Chair recognizes Representative Fleming to speak to the bill.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I attempted to make the point I wanted to make in asking questions, but that was a little hard, so I'll just come down here and point it out to you. The part in question that we're discussing, as I mentioned, is on line 97 of the bill through line 102. It says there that it refers to a previous investigation, and it doesn't say that if you're found to be woefully inadequate or running a speed trap. It says that if you have violated any provision of this code section. And as I tried to ask in my question, that means is that if you got investigated for doing something you shouldn't do, and they've investigated 10 things, and they found that you got 2 wrong but 8 right, you have technically violated any provision of this code section. And then you go down to line 101, and it says shall be subject to the withholding of state funds. It doesn't say may be subject. It says shall be subject. Now, what are state funds? Well, state funds is pretty much anything you and I appropriate from this area, or we appropriate to the Department of Community Affairs. That means your LMIG money. That's your road paving money for your cities and your counties. That is your DCA grants for water, sewer, sidewalks, playgrounds, trails, greenways, solid waste problems, you name it. And it says state funding, and I don't know how this affects city school systems. I don't have one in my district. Is that a part of the municipality? I don't know. If so, I would ask questions if I had a city school system if I was you. The point is it will, and also it probably affects the grants we give to offset the timber conservation that we do in parts of Georgia. That is a state grant. That is state funding. So I understand, surely, just like there have always been speed traps, there are surely some cities and counties in this state which are misusing these cameras. I don't doubt that. My question is how many are not misusing them? Or if they are, they make mistakes sometimes, but they're not the problem that we're worried about. If you don't like these cameras, vote yes on this, because in all practical purposes, I think you're going to dare any city or county to continue to use them, because of the penalties are so harsh, as I've mentioned. That's a fair vote. Just vote no to eliminate them. But if your cities and counties, like many of mine, have invested millions of dollars in these cameras, then you might want to consider not voting yes on this, because I think you're telling them, the way this is worded so broadly in this one section, just go ahead and take them down because it's not worth all those other funds that you're jeopardizing. I think it's just a question of are we going to have them or not going to have them. And that's what it appears to me that this comes down to. And if you're against them, I understand, because I guarantee you, they're just like the speed traps used to exist in days gone by.
There are some places out there that probably misuse it. And what I would prefer for us to do is to have a bill that tries to affect those places, not everybody else, like I fear that this does. I appreciate the intentions of the gentleman trying to clean some of these things up. My concern is it goes much further by that language than we thought it might. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield the well.
Gentleman has yielded the well. The chair recognizes Representative Ridley to speak for the bill.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, we all voted on this bill. It passed out of this House. Both bills did with absolutely no votes. Now, what they've done is come in here and put this in, and what my friend was just up here talking about is this got to be somebody that's doing something wrong. This is a two-phase, two-tier system. When the camera catches you violating that law, running too fast in that zone, there's a police officer that's supposed to be at your city or county police department that's supposed to look over every single one of those and okay them. So you got two different people that's saying, yes, you were speeding. You got another person at your local police department that's saying that you're speeding. So how can you violate the law unless you do it intentionally? And that's what we've had. We've had counties and cities out here doing this intentionally. There's nobody in here, I don't think, that has not come up to me or Chairman Collins, one of the two, and told us stories about this. And that's what this does. And I'm not an attorney, but my friend's up here saying, well, what does these fees that are the money that it's going to take away, it could do this, it could do that, that's not what it does. And I'm not a counselor, but I think that's leading the witness. But this bill, all it does is say this: if you do it wrong, yes, we're going to kick you in the butt. If you do it right, you ain't going to have no problem. And I want to thank my friend Al Williams for telling the truth. All this is a money racket, and everybody knows it. And Madam Chairman, I will yield the well. Thank y'all for y'all's favorable consideration on this.
The gentleman has yielded the well. The chair recognizes Whip Burchett to speak to the bill.
Thank you, Madam Pro Tem. So I'm going to come in here and just not entirely rebut what my colleagues have said, but just give you some clarity from my perspective here as a county attorney. This provision is not unprecedented. Currently, if your county or your city does not turn in their yearly audit, all state funds are withheld. They're withheld until your audit is turned in, and I know that, and don't ask me how I know that, because it's an uncomfortable position to be in. Secondly, the way I read this language here is shall be subject to withholding of state funding. It doesn't say shall withhold state funding. So it's not automatic, it's permissive. Shall be subject to state withholding of state funding means that we could withhold it or we couldn't withhold it. To me, it doesn't say shall withhold state funding. And that's the only thing I wanted to come in here and clear up. I think it's permissive. I don't think it's required. I do share the sentiment with many of my colleagues and many of you, and probably many of your spouses. I just had a colleague today tell me that their spouse received a ticket from these cameras. I think it's important that we put parameters on these cameras. These cameras a lot of times are there is no discretion. That's a word we use up here a lot. There's no discretion with these cameras. All of a sudden you get a ticket from South Dakota, tickets for $125, and the fee from South Dakota is $125, and I think that's not fair or just, and I don't think that was the intent of this legislation, but it's my opinion that this language here is permissive versus required, and that's all I have, Madam Speaker. I yield the well.
The gentleman has yielded the well. Is there any objection to the previous question being ordered? The chair hears none. The previous question is ordered. Is there any objection to adopting the substitute offered by the Committee on Rules? The chair hears none. The Rules Committee substitute is adopted. Is there any objection to agreeing to the report of the committee, which was favorable to the passage of the bill? The chair hears none. The report of the committee is agreed to. Shall this bill now pass? All in favor of the passage of the bill will vote yes. All those opposed will vote no. And the clerk will unlock the machine. For what purpose does Representative Anulowicz rise?
Thank you. Parliamentary inquiry.
State your inquiry.
Is it not true that this is not in any way the same bill that has previously passed the House, because no bill that previously passed the House included the lines that are in 97 through 102?
I'm sure the lady so believes that to be true. For what purpose does Representative Hawley rise?
Parliamentary inquiry.
State your inquiry.
Is it not true, Madam Speaker Pro Tem, that the fact that, like my colleague who just spoke said, not only is the language new, but that this risks actually overriding the authority of a school superintendent to be able to put speeding cameras in their school zones?
I'm sure the gentleman so believes that to be true. For what purpose does Representative Ridley rise?
Parliamentary inquiry.
State your inquiry.
Is it not true that this does not override the school superintendent's ability to have to sign off on these to be put in? And also, is it not further true? Well, I forgot my other question.
Well, the gentleman asked a pretty good first question. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? If so, the clerk will lock the machine on the passage of the bill. The yeas were 110, the nays were 59. The bill, having received the requisite constitutional majority, is therefore passed.
Mr. Clerk, will you read the caption to Senate Bill 246? 246.
Senate Bill 246 by Senator Hodges III and others to be entitled an act to amend Chapter 10 of Title 49 of the Official Code of Georgia annotated relating to the Georgia Board of Health Care Workforce so as to provide for student loan repayment for certain nursing faculty. This bill having referred to the Committee on Higher Education, that committee recommends that this bill do pass by committee substitute.
The gentleman from the 15th House District, Representative Gamble, is recognized to present the bill.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Colleagues, I rise today to present to you Senate Bill 246, which is the Governor Kemp's administrative initiative. This gives the Georgia Board of Healthcare Workforce the authority to establish and administer a student loan repayment program for licensed nurses who choose to teach as a faculty member at a nurse education program. Nurse faculty members of the University System of Georgia and the Technical College System of Georgia institutions would be eligible to participate in the program for up to 5 years with the goal of incentivizing more nurses to teach and train the nurses of tomorrow. Funding for this program is currently included in the budget and would be subject to annual appropriations moving forward. The Board of Healthcare Workforce will set up rules and regulations to govern the program, similar to how they currently administer their 5 existing loan repayment programs for other licensed healthcare professionals. This chamber is familiar with the ongoing workforce challenges in healthcare and one provider group where these challenges are particularly acute in our state's nursing workforce. One facet of this issue is a lack of adequate nurse educators to train the number of nurses to meet Georgia's needs. Nurses make a better living practicing in the clinical setting when compared to the classroom. This bill aims to make teaching a more attractive option to a greater number of nurses and ensures that we're training the nursing workforce today for the challenges of tomorrow. I would ask for your support on this legislation. I also want to mention that we added the language from House Bill 185 into Senate Bill 246. You are familiar with that legislation because it is dealing with the Inclusive Post-Secondary Education Program, IPSE, and it has already passed our chamber 165-0 on March the 1st. It will allow students with intellectual disabilities the opportunity to attend Georgia colleges, and it also is a program that focuses on transitioning these individuals, these students, from the classroom to the workplace. Mr. Speaker, this is the bill, Senate Bill 246, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
You do have a question. Representative Hagan, to your right out front, has a question. The lady is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Do you yield?
I yield.
Thank you. I just want to clarify, is this only for USG and TCSG schools, not not our private colleges.
That is correct.
Okay, thank you.
With that, Mr. Speaker, I would ask for this body's favorable consideration on Senate Bill 246. And I yield the well.
The gentleman has yielded the well. Is there any objection to the previous question being ordered? The chair hears none. The previous question is ordered. Is there any objection to withdrawing the committee substitute? The chair hears none. The committee substitute is withdrawn. Is there any objection to adopting the substitute offered by the Committee on Rules? The chair hears none. The Rules Committee substitute is adopted. Is there any objection to agreeing to the report of the committee, which was favorable to the passage of the bill? The chair hears none. The report of the committee is agreed to. Shall this bill now pass? All in favor of the passage of the bill will vote yes. All those opposed will vote no. And the clerk will unlock the machine. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? If so, the clerk will lock the machine. On the passage of the bill, the yeas were 167, the nays were 3. The bill, having received the requisite constitutional majority, is therefore passed. Mr. Clerk, will you read the caption to Senate Bill 121?
Senate Bill 121 by Senator Anderson and the 24th be entitled an act to amend Chapter 60, Title 36 of the Official Code of Georgia annotated relating to general provisions applicable to counties and municipal corporations so as to prohibit local governments from denying the drilling, servicing, or repairing of new or existing water wells on single-family residential and farm properties. This bill I refer to the Committee on Natural Resources and Environment. That committee recommends that this bill do pass by committee substitute.
Chair Lady Camp is recognized to present the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
If the lady will. Thank you, members. Proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. SB 121 is basically exactly what was just read in the caption. It says that counties and municipalities cannot prohibit individuals who have an acre or more from drilling or servicing or repairing a well on their property. Of course, this is for drinking water, but it's also for geothermal, which many people are using now to heat and cool their homes. So, Mr. Speaker, that's the crux of the bill. I'm open for any questions.
Lady has no questions.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask for favorable consideration.
Is there any objection to the previous question being ordered? The chair hears none. The previous question is ordered. Is there any objection to adopting the committee's substitute? The chair hears none. The committee's substitute is adopted. Is there any objection to agreeing to the report of the committee, which was favorable to the passage of the bill? The chair hears none. The report of the committee is agreed to. Shall this bill now pass? All in favor of the passage of the bill will vote yes. All those opposed will vote no. And the clerk will unlock the machine. Have all members voted? If so, the clerk will lock the machine. On the passage of the bill, the yeas were 171, the nays 0. The bill, having received the requisite constitutional majority, is therefore passed. Chairman Meeks is recognized for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
If the gentleman will step back just for a moment. Members, we're going to take up some further actions at this time on bills that are transitioning back and forth here, moving back and forth. So pay attention to the folks in the well as they present their motion. Chairman Meeks is recognized for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to disagree with the Senate substitute to House Bill 189.
Mr. Clerk, will you read the caption?
House Bill 189 by Representative Meeks, the 178th and others to be entitled an act to amend Article 2, Chapter 6, and Title 32 of the Official Code of Georgia annotated relating to dimensions and weights of vehicles and loads.
Chairman Meeks is recognized to explain the Senate substitute.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As we know, we passed House Bill 189 on truck weights out of this body. We're still working on agreement and look forward to do that in the conference committee, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Speaker, I yield the well.
On the gentleman's motion that the House disagree to the Senate substitute, is there any objection? Hearing none, the House has disagreed to the Senate substitute. Disagreed to the Senate substitute to House Bill 189. Representative Thomas is recognized for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move the House agree to Senate amendment to House Bill 52 as amended by the House.
Mr. Clerk, will you read the caption?
House Bill 52 by Representative Thomas, the 21st and others to be entitled an act to amend Title 32 of the Official Code of Georgia annotated relating to highways, bridges, and ferries so as to amend notice provisions relative to meetings for the election of board members.
Chair recognizes Representative Thomas to explain the Senate amendments and the House amendments.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This amendment includes some improvements to transportation throughout the state of Georgia. Section 1 makes notification method for GDOT Board of Elections via email versus regular mail. Sections 2, 3, 4, and 5 establishes Georgia Freight and Logistics Implementation Plan, something that's been worked on for over 3 years in the Transportation Committee. Section 6 increases the limit on transportation quick response projects from $200,000 to $400,000 to cover the increase in inflation. Section 7 moves public-private partnership language to clarify that public hearings for P3 should occur during the environmental phase when they can still result in changes to the project design. Section 8 is alternative contracting method, also known as a GCCM method. It allows for a waiver of one project for one fiscal year, an amount greater than 5% of the department's capital budget. Section 9 establishes the Georgia Freight 2020 plan, requires GDOT to conduct and maintain a comprehensive freight and logistics implementation plan with annual reporting back to the General Assembly. It also establishes the Georgia Freight 2050 program as framework for future appropriations to fund the freight and logistics plan. Section 10 extends lengths of modular homes from 80 feet to 84 feet. Section 11 permits county medical examiners to delegate their duties on site to qualified medical personnel in the event of fatality on limited access roads or highways. Section 12 sets the framework stating that freight and logistics projects are subject to appropriations. And finally, Section 13 protects Georgians' privacy by requiring that no person identifiable information or vehicle information can be provided via FOIA requests. And that's all the amendment, Mr. Speaker.
Gentlemen, would you answer a couple of questions? Yield for a couple of questions.
I do yield.
The minority leader right to your left, Representative Beverly has a question. The gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The gentleman yield.
Yeah.
I just have a question. I have a couple of questions for you. Section 4, specifically line 85 through 87, where it refers to catalytic investments. Just a clarifying question about that, and then also germane to that question would be line 121 on technology deployments. My question is this: can those catalytic investments be used to sort of build out blockchain or AI infrastructure to help for supporting economic development, improved mobility of goods? And so with that, from a technology standpoint, would you be able to use catalytic investments to help prop up sort of a pilot program to do blockchain and AI to help deal with this problem?
I would say that the gentleman probably knows what he speaks.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Gentleman, yield for another question.
I do.
To your left, Representative Jasmine Clark has a question. Over to your left. Ladies recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Does the gentleman yield?
I do.
What LC number are you reading from?
AM 390381. It was on your desk about 2 hours ago.
Does the lady see it?
No, I do not. It's not in our folders, and I don't recall. This one, right? Big folder. Yes, I have LC 393590 in my folder.
It's not in the folder. It was dropped on your desk right after we came back from dinner.
Maybe they skipped my row. I don't have one.
Thank you, Representative Fleming.
Thank you.
Are there some of you who do not have a copy of AM 0381? We need one right in the back, in the middle. Representative Draper, do you have one or do you need one?
I need one.
Could we get a copy to Representative Draper? I'm going to recognize Whip. Do you have a question, Whip Park?
Yes,
Whip
Mr.
Park is recognized for a question.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So just to clarify, especially for some of the freshman members, where we are with this amendment. This amendment that was put on all of our desks, maybe minus a few members, would amend the House Bill 52, which the Senate amended and passed by a vote of 53 to 1. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Does the gentleman further yield for an additional question?
I do.
For the House amendment to the Senate amendment for House Bill 52, is this language that we've previously passed?
Yes. This
regarding the freight program?
The freight and logistics piece of this language has been passed in a previous piece of legislation. Yes.
Thank you. So this is essentially legislation that's been reviewed by this body at least multiple times, and which we're just agreeing to include in this bill as we proceed. Is that not true?
The whip is correct. Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Whip. You do have one more question, and I think you might want to take this one. Might can shed a lot of light on this subject. Chairman Jaspers, to your right, is recognized for a question.
Does the gentleman yield?
I do.
First, I want to thank you for your steadfast work on this amendment. It's taken a lot of time. It's been worked on since last year. And is it not true that when we look in line 83 and 85, we're talking about foundational investments and catalytic investments? We're talking foundational, is it not true, meaning that that's what we're doing today to make sure we maintain our road system. And catalytic in 85 are innovative things like truck-only lanes, toll roads throughout our state that are public-private partnerships using private equity or other means of funding.
I would agree with the chair.
And is it not true, if I may yield, if you continue
I
to yield?
I further yield.
You know, and one you see on here is House Bill 617. That is the Freight Logistics Implementation Plan. That was vetted by the House Committee, and we didn't get it through on crossover day. And so we're adding it here. Thank you.
With that, Mr. Speaker, if there's no further questions, I'll yield the well.
You have no further questions.
Thank you, and I yield the well.
Is there any objection to the adoption of the House amendment? Chair hears none, and the House amendment is adopted. Chairman Green is recognized for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Oh, if the gentleman was, I think I forgot something. Maybe most important part. So here's our posture. We're going to vote on the Senate, agree to the Senate amendment as amended by the House. All those in favor of HB 52 to agree to the Senate amendment as amended by the House will vote green. Correct? Those opposed will vote no, and the clerk will unlock the machine. Have all members voted? If so, the clerk will lock the machine. On the final passage of HB 52, the yeas are 170, the nays are 1. This bill, having received the requisite constitutional majority, is therefore adopted. Now, Mr. Dean, the Dean of this House, Chairman Gerald Green, is recognized for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen of the House, I move that the House agree to the Senate amendment as amended by the House.
Clerk will read the caption.
House Bill number 77 by Representative Green of the 154th and others to be entitled an act to amend Code Section 1562 of the Official Code of Georgia annotated relating to the number of judges of the Superior Courts.
Chairman Green is recognized to explain the amendment and the House amendment. Would you give us the LC number that you're working from, so make sure everyone's on the proper page?
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We're working from AM 490119, and it's on your desk and has been on your desk for quite some time since this morning. House Bill 77 passed out of the House some time ago, as I explained, which deals with adding a fourth judge to the Daugherty Judicial Circuit. And the reason that the change is set here is because we have some timing issues that have to do with the appropriation bill. And this works it out for us in the amendment here. And I ask your favorable consideration to agree to the Senate amendment as amended by the House. Mr. Speaker, I yield the well.
Is there any objection to the adoption of the House amendment? The chair hears none, and the House amendment is adopted. On the gentleman's motion that the House agree to the Senate amendment to HB 77 as amended by the House, all those in favor will vote yes. Those opposed will vote no, and the clerk will unlock the machine. Have all members voted? All members voted? If so, the clerk will lock the machine. On the gentleman's motion, the yeas are 170 and the nays are 0. And the House has agreed to the Senate amendment to HB 77 as amended by the House. Representative Anderson is recognized for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that the House agree to the Senate amendment to House Bill 193 as amended by the House.
Clerk will read the captions.
House Bill 193 by Representative Anderson to the 10th and others being titled an act to amend Article 2, Chapter 91 of Title 36 of the Official Code of Georgia annotated relating to public works contracting and bidding requirements so as to increase the dollar values of certain public work construction contracts.
Representative Anderson is recognized to explain the Senate amendments and the House amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. House Bill 193 raised the public works purchasing threshold.
Would the gentleman give us the correct
Yes, sir.
LC number, please?
The amendment that the House is proposing is AM 430246. There was an amendment placed in the folder that we have replaced, withdrawn that and replaced it with the one I just read. The original amendment was AM 430239. We are working from AM 430246.
Thank you. Proceed.
Yes, sir. The Senate amended House Bill 193 to include a provision that would allow MARTA, or Rapid Transit Authorities, which MARTA is the one that we recognize and have in the state now, to utilize contracts. And the amendment up to $250,000 without bidding, the amendment stated that it would be for the state of Georgia, federal government, and local counties and municipalities. The intent of the amendment was mainly to be able to utilize municipal contracts. So to avoid a potential conflict, we have gone in and stricken the words state of Georgia and federal government. That's the amendment. Mr. Speaker, I'll...
You do have some questions, gentlemen.
Yes,
Will you?
Yes, sir, I'll yield.
To your left, Representative Becky Evans has a question.
Excuse me, I haven't found my copy yet. Excuse me.
We'll find you a copy.
Oh, it's there.
Lady
Okay.
will.
Thank you. Excuse me.
Thank you.
Okay.
Representative Bruce to your left in the back is recognized for a question.
Will the gentleman yield?
Yes, sir.
I just want to make sure I heard you
clear. You were saying contracts up to $250,000 would not have to go through any kind of bidding process. Is that what you said?
Up to $250,000, then under the amendment the Senate placed on the bill, then MARTA could participate with municipal contracts that had already been vetted through the municipality.
Okay. So, will it, gentleman, further you?
Yes, sir.
Well, how will those contracts be awarded? What would be the basis of awarding those contracts?
That would be at the discretion of the MARTA authority and their policies and procedures, and the municipality.
That is a lot of money to be able to just give away. All right, thank you.
Representative Evans, did you get a copy? Representative, you got a copy? Okay. Gentlemen, yield for a couple more,
Yes, sir, a couple more.
just to make sure we've explained it correctly. Representative Chairman Martin, to your right, has a question.
On the Senate amendment, so as I understand, your original amendment is that cities could go up to $250,000 without a formal bid process.
On public works projects.
Certainly, yes, sir.
That'd be the statutory limit, yes, sir.
All right, and under the Senate amendment, they could do the same thing. Would this be like a state contract for like LARP? It's something similar when the state bids out, a per ton price on asphalt, and they award that bid, then cities can glean onto that. My question here is, should they do this in the aggregate total? Does the aggregate total have to stay under 250, or is 250 for the city and it could be 250 for MARTA at multiple projects?
That's a good question, and each project has to be taken on its own. The project can't be split to come in under that dollar threshold. If it's considered a single project, all components of that have to be aggregated.
So under this, under this contract, under this amendment, then the MARTA would be who we're talking about here. We're talking about somebody that fits that description, but we
Yes,
were going to refer to him as MARTA because that's who it is. They would just be able to do their contract, and it would have to be under $250,000 as well. So that they couldn't use the same pricing structure to do a larger contract just because the municipality got that pricing structure at 250.
That is correct, yes, sir.
Thank you.
Since y'all sit so close together, I wish you'd explain to that to him earlier today, because I think you sit right over there by him, don't you?
That's correct.
Yeah, I thought
yes,
so.
sir.
Mr. Chairman, Whip Park, right in front of you to your left, is recognized for a question.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think some of the confusion may be that the most recent version of this amendment isn't available on the legislative website. But in looking at Gold Dome Viewer, and I think I did pull up the amendment, it does state we're talking about any rapid transit authority, and by this House amendment, which deletes the state of Georgia and the federal government, any rapid transit authority would still have to have competitive bidding for the federal government or the state of Georgia, but not competitive bidding for any county or city. Is that not true?
Up to the $250,000 threshold, statutory threshold. Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Mr. Leader, you have a question?
Mr. Speaker, if there's no more questions, I'll yield the well and ask for your favorable
You
consideration.
have a question, but that's your privilege to yield the well if you so decide to.
I will yield the well, sir.
The gentleman has yielded the well. Is there any objection to the adoption of the House amendment? The chair hears none, and the House amendment is adopted. On the gentleman's motion that the House agree to the Senate amendment to HB 193 as amended by the House, all those in favor will vote yes, those opposed will vote no, and the clerk will unlock the machine. Have all members voted? If so, the clerk will lock the machine. On the gentleman's motion, the yeas are 157, the nays are 10, and the House has agreed to the Senate amendment to House Bill 193 as amended by the House. Chairman DeLoach is recognized for a motion.
Mr. Speaker, I move that the House agree to the Senate substitute to House Bill 273 as amended by the House.
Mr. Clerk, will you read the captions?
House Bill 273 by Representative DeLoach, the 167th, be entitled an act to amend Article 1 of Chapter 2 of Title 12 of the Official Code of Georgia annotated relating to general provisions relative to the Department of Natural Resources so as to extend the date by which rules and regulations prescribed by the Board of Natural Resources must be in effect for the purposes of establishing criminal violations of said rules and regulations.
Chairman DeLoach is recognized to explain the Senate substitute and the House amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. House Bill 273 was a department bill. It dealt with membership of the Sapelo Island Heritage Authority. It added one member to the community of Hog Hammock. Those folks on Hog Hammock requested that language be added to the bill that would require those members from Hog Hammock to not only be residents but also be descendants of the slaveholder Thomas Spalding. We thought that was very good language. The other thing the Senate did in their substitute, our bill said that the governor would be able to designate a member to serve in his place. The Senate added language that restricted the governor's ability to name anyone he wanted to serve in his place. And we're simply removing that language in this House amendment. That amendment, by the way, I didn't give you the LC number. It's AM 440178. It was one of the very first placed on your desk this morning.
Gentleman Yield, you have a couple of questions
I'll be happy
to explain your amendment.
Let's try. Yes, sir.
Representative Williams to your left has a question. I'm sure it's a good one.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will the gentleman yield?
Yes, I will, to my longtime friend.
Is it not true that Hog Hammock is one of the few remaining purely Gullah Geechee communities on the eastern seaboard?
It is absolutely, and that's one reason we all recognize the importance to maintain that and preserve that culture as long as we possibly can.
Is it not further true that this has been a work in progress for some time, and also that it was very important to the residents that the language expand from just the word resident to descendant, which you were able to accomplish? And is it not also true that you have amended this to assure that we're able to get some things done for Hog Hammock, and this bill will be able to move on, or we'll have a smoother transaction?
The gentleman is eminently correct.
Good man.
Mr. Chairman, may I add something?
Yes, sir.
It does my heart good to see two gentlemen from the coast working on a very, very important group of folks and standing up for them is important to Georgia and to our culture. Thank you for both for doing that. You do have another question.
Yes, sir.
The gentleman to your left, Representative Adenia, is recognized for a question.
Not a question, but a comment, Mr. Speaker. On our table, we just don't seem to see these amendments, so I haven't received this one either.
This one may have been the very first put on your desk this morning.
Checked every single paper on my desks.
So it probably got buried, Representative. It probably got buried in the paperwork.
I would be happy to read what the amendment says. It's only one line,
I
Mr. Speaker.
think he's getting a copy of it there, Mr. Chairman. You have one further question is all I'm going to take on this one while they get a look at the amendment. If you will yield to Representative Townsend.
I'll be
Right
happy
out in
to
front
do
of you,
that.
sir.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Chair, do you yield?
I do.
Just a question for you. I apologize for not reading it myself either. Do they expand the committee where another resident a permanent resident of Sapelo could also be a member if they're not from that line of descent? Family?
No. To my good friend who's also from the coast, Mr. Speaker, the committee has had and will still have 5 members, but one of those members was from a commission in the governor's office. It was a commission on human relations, and that commission has gone away. It no longer exists, and that's where that additional member came from.
Okay. So I guess my question is, if a person lives permanently on Sapelo, can they still be a member of that committee?
Absolutely.
Okay.
The requirement for the 2 members of Hog Hammock is that they be residents and also descendants of Thomas Spalding slaves.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, if there's no further questions, I'll yield the will.
Is there any objection to the adoption of the House amendment? The chair hears none, and the House amendment is adopted. On the gentleman's motion that the House agree to the Senate substitute to House Bill 273 as amended by the House, all those in favor will vote yes, those opposed will vote no, and the clerk will unlock the machine. Have all members voted? If so, the clerk will lock the machine. On the gentleman's motion, the yeas are 163, the nays 0, and the House has agreed to the Senate substitute to House Bill 273 as amended by this House. Chair recognizes Representative Maynor for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that we insist and appoint to committee for House Bill 142.
Representative Maynor moves that the House insist on its position in disagreeing to the Senate substitute to House Bill 142 and that a committee of conference be appointed. Clerk will read the caption.
House Bill 142 by Representative Maynard to the 56th and others to be entitled an act to amend Chapter 8 of Title 20 of the Official Code of Georgia Annotated relating to campus policemen so as to provide for the establishment of unified campus police forces through agreements entered into by colleges and universities.
Is there objection? The chair hears none. The House has insisted. The chair appoints Representative Maynard from the 56th, Representative Collins from the 71st, and Representative Lumsden from the 12th as a committee of conference on House Bill 142. Okay, members, we're going to take up one more bill, and we'll have a good discussion on it, and take us a few minutes, but we're going to do it before we go home tonight. Mr. Clerk, will you read the caption to Senate Bill 222?
Senate Bill 222 by Senator Burns of the 23rd to be entitled an act to amend Chapter 2, Title 21 of the Official Code of Georgia Annotated relating to primaries and elections generally so as to provide for that all costs and expenses relating to election administration are paid for with lawfully appropriated public funds. This bill I refer to the Committee on Governmental Affairs. That committee recommends that this bill do pass by Rules Committee substitute.
We're going to have some respectful discussion on this bill so everyone can be heard. Representative Gaines is recognized to present the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll be brief. I know the hour is late. I know there are a number of folks who are signed up to speak to this bill, but Senate Bill 222 is a common sense measure. You know, in 2020, we saw record outside funding from partisan interest groups funnel millions of dollars into local boards of election, including $45 million from one partisan interest group, 95% of which went to counties of a single party. You know, before COVID, this really wasn't even a thought of private funding of our elections. But we did see it in 2020, again, record funding funnel into local boards of elections. In response, this body and the General Assembly and the governor passed Senate Bill 202, the Election Integrity Act, taking immediate steps to ban what were called Zuckerbucks and all outside influence in our elections. Well, since then, certain Georgia counties have attempted to subvert our laws by exploiting what they believe is a loophole and a mechanism to receive outside funding that they got in 2020. Senate Bill 222 simply reaffirms the original intent of Senate Bill 202 and clarifies that Georgia elections will only be funded by public dollars and that our elections have integrity in its funding. Since 2020, 24 states, including Georgia, have banned outside funding for local election offices. This is a basic function of our government. We should not be seeing partisan outside interests funneling money into counties of one particular party or another, and that's what this bill simply does. Section 3 of Senate Bill 222, I'll briefly mention because it is an addition from what the Senate passed. It creates the independence of the state election board for budgetary purposes. This morning, we confirmed Judge Duffy as the chairman of our state elections board. Section 3, and talking with him and other discussions, is necessary for budgetary purposes. Senate Bill 202 that we passed, the Election Integrity Act, was designed to guarantee the independence of the state elections board from the political process to ensure fair accountability for our electoral system. This bill simply continues with that vision here tonight. Mr. Speaker, this bill is simple. It makes sense. I think it's common sense for us to make sure we are banning outside money in our public elections and that we grant the independence of the state elections board. I know the night is late, so I will yield the well. I know there's many members signed up to speak, but I ask for this body's favorable consideration of Senate Bill 222. I yield the well.
The gentleman has yielded the well. And we do have a number of people signed up to speak. Representative Draper is recognized to speak to the bill. Representative Draper, you will have up to 30 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Good evening, colleagues. Good night, that's right. So I agree. We have a problem with outside interference in our elections. And I agree that it is only affecting some of our counties. And I agree that there are partisan motivations behind these actions. And it has become a major problem since the 2020 election. We, as a legislative body, we not only have the ability to do something to help, I would argue we have the responsibility to do something to stop this from happening. So, my dear colleagues, why are we not talking about the hundreds of thousands of meritless voter challenges that have plagued our state since 2020? These voter challenges are coordinated by entities outside of Georgia whose intent it is to interfere with our elections. That should be what we are talking about today, not a bill that would make it harder for our counties to combat the challenges that they are facing. In the days before the 2021 Senate runoff, True the Vote, a conspiracy-driven organization based out of Texas, challenged the eligibility of 364,000 Georgia voters. The lists of voter names they produced were so unreliable that the vast majority of Georgia counties dismissed the challenges out of hand. But True the Vote still achieved success because they diverted limited precious resources away from the administration of a high turnout election during the crucial final days of voting. Since the 2021 runoff, mass voter challenges coordinated by out-of-state organizations have been more deliberate. Let me draw your attention to map number 1 on the screen. Those are the counties where groups have filed mass voter challenges since 2021 that have proved time and time again to be meritless. So I know it's a small map. Those counties are Chatham, Cobb, DeKalb, Fayette, Forsyth, Fulton, Gwinnett, and Spalding, all counties with large numbers of Democrats. In 2021, we saw 65,000 of these meritless voter challenges in those counties. In 2022, we saw at least 75,000 of these meritless challenges in these counties. And just to give you a small sampling of the absurdity of the voter challenge hearings that counties are forced to hold, 2 weeks ago, some of the people challenged in Fulton County included 1, a DeKalb County resident who doesn't live in Fulton and who has never lived in Fulton. 2, a young woman who lived on a street where the street name had changed, but the new address wasn't showing up in the county data yet. She took time away from her 4 young kids to go to the voter challenge hearing because she was afraid if she didn't, she was going to be taken off the rolls. And 3, perhaps the most ironic, the Republican-appointed Fulton County Board of Election member and her immediate family, their eligibility to vote was caught up in that mass voter challenge. It's funny. The primary intent of these challenges isn't to identify ineligible voters and remove them. It's to gum up the works. It's to use up valuable resources, to divert election workers from their duties. It's a process that has been deliberately weaponized against Georgia voters and the Georgia election offices in targeted counties. And it should make you angry, even if it's not happening in a county that you represent. So, to put a fine point on the administrative toll that these voter challenges have on counties, Gwinnett County has spent over 10 hours alone in the past month just being at hearings. And of course, that's the tip of the iceberg. It's the pre-work, the research that they have to do on the challenged voters that takes most of the time. So just before the November 2020 election, Gwinnett processed tens of thousands of challenges. And the Gwinnett election supervisor said it took somewhere between 5 and 10 members of his staff all day, every day, for multiple weeks to get through the voter challenge workload. So look, if you do not understand why I'm up here talking about voter challenges, this is my point. Outside groups have filed voter challenges for the past 2.5 years that increase the costs of elections only in the counties where they file those voter challenges. There are significant extra costs borne by these counties. If we are allowing outside groups to increase costs in only certain counties, why won't we allow other outside groups to help offset these costs? We've heard a lot today, and in the course of this bill, about the need for equitable distribution of resources among counties, but as we see, there is not an equitable distribution of costs among counties and our election offices. So I was trying to think of a metaphor that would aptly describe this situation. Imagine that our county election offices are rowboats trying to get across a lake, and a lot of these boats are leaky. The election offices that are being targeted with the voter challenges, someone drilled a hole in the bottom of those boats, okay? And some of these boats are going to take on a little bit of water, but they're still going to be able to travel across the lake. And then with the other boats, you can hardly row because you're in there with your bucket desperately trying to bail out the water. And what are we doing here in the legislature to help that situation? Well, we're severely limiting their options for fixing those leaks and patching those holes. Why? I still haven't gotten a convincing answer for that. And it seems like to me that we'll tolerate all the boats taking on water just so long as those boats with the biggest leaks and the drilled holes go under. On a related note, there's an election peddling conspiracy group that shows up to most committee meetings dealing with elections. They have been enthusiastic supporters of SB 222. They are also responsible for filing tens of thousands of meritless voter challenges in Gwinnett last year and driving up costs there. How messed up is it that the same people who are drilling holes in the bottom of our boats are then lobbying against the plugs? All right, I'm going to pivot away from voter challenges. I'd like to take a little time and speak about our responsibilities as a body in crafting voting and election legislation. When it comes to voting and election legislation, more so probably than any other area of law that we shape, the opportunity to weaponize the law for partisan advantage exists. It's pretty obvious, right? We are elected officials in here, every one of us with an R or a D by our name, and we are literally writing the rules of the game that we play in. And so, when we are crafting and passing voting and election legislation in particular, we have a heavy responsibility to make sure we are doing what is best for Georgia and not what is best for our own job security and for our party. Confidence and integrity in our elections starts with us, how we manage that responsibility. And it's hard, I want to acknowledge that. I suspect that all of us had partisans who helped us get elected. We also have a very big election coming up in 2024, and the margins are going to be very tight. But I also know, from spending a lot of time this session speaking with many of you, that there is much interest in this idea of taking politics out of election administration, the way it ought to be. I was very happy to vote yes for SB 129 last week, sponsored by Senator Rick Williams. SB 129 was a great piece of legislation that passed the House with broad bipartisan support and is supported by voters, election officials, and the Georgia Chamber of Commerce to boot. Likewise, I was happy to support Judge Duffy as the chair of the State Election Board earlier today. Look, you're never going to please everyone. God, I know that's true. But there are stakeholders who we should be trying to please when we consider changes to our voting and election laws. Who are they? The voters, naturally, our counties, the Secretary of State's office, nonpartisan experts in the space, and our county election administrators who are on the front lines of this work and immersed in it every single day. If those stakeholders support legislation, that's a really good sign that we are prioritizing Georgia. And if they aren't, well, that's a sign that we've got more work to do. And you know what's a really big red flag? A red flag that's going to decrease the public's trust in our work? It's if we're ramming through legislation over the opposition of those stakeholders, and if it's legislation that's supported by conspiracy theorists. And y'all, that's what SB 222 is. All right, over the past 2 years, we have had multiple election officials from counties red and blue testify against this bill. Not one election administrator has testified in support of it. All right, the people who do this work every day and who have the least partisan interest are telling us no. The people who are not experts in this work and that have a blatantly partisan interest are saying yes. That in itself should make us all take a step back and hit pause. All right, to the matter at hand, SB 222. I have serious concerns with SB 222. This bill would prohibit counties from soliciting funds for their elections. And bill supporters will tell you it leaves open a way for counties to receive outside funds through the state election board. But I'll tell you why that method doesn't work in just a moment. The practical impact of this bill, I want to be very clear, the practical impact of this bill is that counties will be cut off from the funds they need to do their jobs. Local county officials are in the best position to understand what they need and how much that costs. Here's another Democrat talking about local control today. They are going to be the best advocates for themselves and for their voters. SB 222 would add an additional level of bureaucracy between local election officials and their ability to fund their operations. This bill would have the SEB, State Election Board, broker grant applications and fiscal allocations for 159 counties. Now, one of the questions that came out of a committee meeting that exemplifies what a bad idea this is, it came from an election administrator in Muskogee County. She brought up the fact that counties often offer each other extra or used election equipment when they were done with it. So for instance, Cobb County recently offered black ballot transport bags to any office in the state that needed it, and Muskogee asked for 150 of those bags. Now, under SB 222, this kind of collaboration between counties that we should want to encourage is illegal unless the donation goes through the state election board, which would then have to equitably distribute the donation. That's silly on its face. Now, what does equitable distribution even mean? Is it based on counties, which counties request funds? Is it based on the number of voters in a county? Is it based on the county budget? Do you know? I don't know. The counties don't know either. And why don't we know that really important question, the answer to that important question? That information is not in SB 222. SB 202, the Omnibus Election Bill from 2001, that's the bill that tasked the state election board to present a report proposing a method for accepting donations intended to facilitate the administration of elections and a method for equitable distribution of such donations statewide by October 1st, 2021. So that's lines 433 through 435 in SB 202. So basically, the way in which the SEB is supposed to distribute these funds per SB 222 is found within SB 202. And a deadline for that report that was supposed to be given to the General Assembly that made all of this clear, that answered what the question is of what is equitable distribution, that was supposed to be in by October 1st, 2021. Well, here we are. It's 2023. 17 months after the October 2021 deadline, and the General Assembly has not been presented with an report to approve. So we have no clarity, and most importantly, the counties have no clarity into what the process for fund solicitation and distribution would be under SB 222. Isn't that something that we should have in place before we tell counties they can no longer solicit funds? And let's just think this through start to finish. So what might it look like if the state election board acts as an intermediary? Let's say that Lowndes County wants a grant for another scanner. So what do? Well, they tell the state election board, who then, well, we're not sure because we haven't seen or approved the report outlining what they would do next. But let's assume when they get around to it, they submit a grant on behalf of Lowndes County. Maybe they wait to receive several grant requests so they can bundle them all together when they fill out the grant application. And eventually the funds come in, and the SEB is responsible for distributing those funds equitably throughout the state. Again, we don't know what that means. That there's actually no guarantee that the money Lowndes County asked for is going to get back to Lowndes County, which really disincentivizes Lowndes County from going to the SEB with the request in the first place. So talk about needless red tape. All because I guess we think a county receiving money to offset costs for necessary and expensive elections equipment is an illegitimate outside influence. Why do we presume the SEB knows better what our counties need than our counties? Why do we assume that they will be better at getting needed resources to counties as opposed to allowing the counties to get those resources? That's contrary to the local deference approach we take to most other bills we consider in this chamber. Now, let's talk about another Democratic talking point, fiscal responsibility. With SB 222, we'd be leaving a ton of money on the table. Honestly, I can't understand why we would choose to limit the amount of resources available to our counties. Here's the thing. Money is fungible. Counties have one big pot of money that they use to pay for all their county services, whether that money comes from a local tax base, the state, or somewhere else. The county allocates funds from that pot. If you were able to get outside additional money into the pot for any area, let's say elections, then you can take the taxpayer money that you would have spent on elections and apply it to any other area of government, to road improvements, public safety, salary increases, or you could do more in elections. By cutting off access to extra additional capital, we are depriving our counties and citizens of additional services and resources. Look, in other areas of government, not only do we allow, we encourage private donations to government functions. Last year, this body passed the Less Crime Act that both allows local law enforcement to receive private grant funding and provides for a tax credit of up to $5,000 for individuals who donate to local law enforcement. Why wouldn't we take the same approach to our hardworking and under-resourced democracy officials? Do we not trust them to do their jobs with integrity? Are they less worthy of our support than other county employees? All right, let's talk a little bit about the grants from the Center of Tech and Civic Life. Those are the grants that were given to counties in 2020. And I know that one of the justifications provided for this bill, in fact, just from this well a moment ago, was that CTCL grants were directed toward Democrats. And y'all, that is simply not true. In 2020, CTCL invited every single election department in the entire country to apply for grant funding and received about 2,500 applications from across 47 states. The amounts that went to each county, were determined by the county themselves. Every county that applied for funding got funding, and they got the full amount that they asked for every single time. The money had no strings attached. It was an infusion of funds spent at the discretion of local election officials. In Georgia, 43 counties benefited from this grant money, blue and red alike. It's map 2 on your screen. 43 counties, red and blue, they're in red on the map, but these are the counties that received CTCL funding in 2020. Those grants resulted in $20 million that were either extra or that the state of Georgia did not have to spend on elections in 2020. Y'all, that's a net positive. I understand how in a hyper-partisan environment, it can be easy to ascribe partisan motives, but please look at the facts. What was it that we heard last week? That you can have your own opinions, but you can't have your own facts? Look at all the Georgia counties that benefited and all of the county election administrators who are asking for us to keep this opportunity open. The assertion that outside funds are intended to help Democrats falls flat. I know another concern that we are attempting to address in this bill is that we don't want folks outside of Georgia influencing our elections. And y'all, I'm afraid we've missed the bus on that one. There are so many ways that outsiders can and do spend money to influence our elections. We have outside folks with all kinds of political agendas donating to Georgia candidates, PACs, parties, lobbying efforts, think tanks. Look, if Mark Zuckerberg wanted to influence elections in, Rabun County, one of the 43 counties that received funding in 2020, he could have put his millions of dollars into an organization called, Mountain Voters for Biden, and it would have been a lot simpler that way. Or, he could have used that little-known mass communication and marketing tool called Facebook. My point is, there were many easier ways to influence an election than the CTCL grants. And I would wager that many of us in this chamber have donors from outside of Georgia. We're not passing a bill to prohibit that, are we? Let's not cut off our nose to spite our face. Election grants are not the problem. There's simply no evidence of it. The real problem is cutting off lifelines to our chronically underfunded election offices. Honestly, I would look at this issue completely differently if we had adequate funding for our elections already. But we don't. And we keep asking our counties to do more with less. It is undisputed that the work of administering Georgia elections has become more difficult in recent years. Our election offices are working under high levels of scrutiny and pressure. They are getting near constant ORR requests from all over the country. We have new equipment and new laws, which means a lot of additional voter education and staff training. We ask our local election officials to be experts in cybersecurity, management, communications, logistics, federal law, state law, rules and regulations, audits. And with SB 222, we are asking them to do all that with one hand tied behind their back. We are being downright disrespectful to these public servants. We're telling them we trust ourselves to receive outside funds and do the right thing, but you can't be trusted. It is no wonder that we are seeing a shortage around the state of experienced election workers. Many of our probate judges, who also serve as election superintendents, they want out. So it's through that lens that I look at any imposition we consider putting on our election offices. Basically, if we're going to make a hard job even harder, the reasons for doing so ought to be really good. And I'm going to end on the number one reason that I think we should be voting no to SB 222. So far, I've talked about the fact that this bill is over-regulatory, that it's financially irresponsible, that it's not supported by appropriate stakeholders, that the assertions made about the CTCL grants, mainly that they only went to Democrats, are false, and that the county election offices are underfunded. And those are all reasons to vote no on this bill. But to me, the biggest reason to vote no against this bill, and any bill, frankly, is when bill proponents mislead legislators and the public about the motivations behind a bill. What am I talking about? We have heard bill proponents say time and time again throughout the discussion of this bill, and again tonight, that this bill is necessary because SB 202, the omnibus election bill, 202, already cut off outside funding. Proponents stated that counties knew they were not allowed to apply for grants for elections after SB 202. Therefore, SB 222 simply clarifies what has been policy all along. So we've heard that being said throughout the discussion of SB 222. And then tonight, proponents of this bill doubled down on that notion, and they included in this rule substitute a new Section 1. And I'm sure many of you haven't had a chance to look at this rule substitute and the new Section 1, so I'll read it for you now. Section 1 says, the General Assembly finds that the addition of Code Section 21-218 and the revisions to Code Section 21-271 and 21-212 in this bill should not be interpreted as an admission by the General Assembly that existing law did not already ban outside funding of election administration in Georgia. These clarifications and enhancements were deemed necessary because there seemed to be some confusion among certain Georgia counties as to the correct interpretation of existing law. So what is Section 1 saying? It's saying two things by my reading. It's saying that SB 202 already banned outside funding of elections, right? And it's also saying that some of our counties were confused about that fact. And y'all, that is just not the case, all right? Ask any county election office, and they would tell you that is not the case. The fact that something that is so demonstrably false is being offered as a policy justification is a huge red flag to me, just as it should be to you. And it should be for the public that calls on us to be transparent in our decision making. SB 222 is not a clarification of existing policy. It is an abrupt change in policy. Why do they deny that? SB 202 did make changes to the grant process, but it did not ban outside fundings of elections. What SB 202 did was it actually stopped election offices from directly applying for election funding. But it was understood that under SB 202, election offices could still get outside funding if they did so through their boards of commissioners. This carve-out was so well known that it was widely reported. Number 3 on the screen, I know it's small, so I'll tell you what it says, but it was from an AJC article in May of 2021 entitled, "How Does Georgia's Voting Law Works?" And there it is in black and white. It says, the law doesn't ban outside donations to county governments, which could then allocate resources to their election boards. The law only affects direct payments of election offices. Let me read that again. In 2021, there was an article that says, SB 202, the law doesn't ban outside donations to county governments. All right, lest there be any kind of doubt, the Secretary of State's office was also reassuring counties that they could still get access to election grant funding after the passage of SB 202. Number 4 on your screen is a slide from a presentation by the former General Counsel of the Secretary of State to local election officials. That slide, what it says, it's talking about SB 202 and how to interpret it. And it says Section 9 prohibits election superintendents from taking or accepting grant funding from any source other than the governing authority of the county. So as you can see, funding through the county government authority was explicitly permitted. So the question is, why are we saying it wasn't when it clearly was? And why are we using that as the justification for this bill? What's the real justification for this bill? And why won't they say it out loud? And the answer to that, which I think is fairly obvious, is that DeKalb County, my county, received a new election grant earlier this year. So let's just look at the timeline. On January 27th of this year, DeKalb announced that it had received grant funding from CTCL for the 2024 election. Days later, on February 8th, Kelly Loeffler and her elections group called for an investigation, even though DeKalb had done everything by the book. In her press release, she falsely claims that SB 202 had banned outside money from going to counties and that DeKalb was violating SB 202. 2 weeks later, on February 21st, SB 222 dropped into the hopper, and bill proponents used the false claim that SB 202 banned outside money from going to counties as justification for its necessity. Let's be honest, if it had been Union County that got the grant, would we be here having this discussion today? All right, don't let, 1 minute. All right, I'm running out of time here, so let me just present you with an alternative. If you are concerned that DeKalb County got a grant.
Lady, you have about 10 seconds to wrap up.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, sir. Instead of crafting laws to prevent counties from getting the resources we need, why don't we encourage all of our counties to apply for grants? We literally represent 159 counties in this room. What if we went back this weekend and encouraged our county election officials to apply for this and make their elections better? We shouldn't let partisan bills get in the way of good policy making. And with that, I'll yield the well. Please vote no to SB 222.
The lady has yielded the well. We have a speaker in favor of SB 222. Representative Scott Hilton is recognized to speak to the bill for up to, not to exceed, 30 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I promise I will not take 30 minutes because my show, The Bachelor, is on right now, and I'm missing the finale, so no spoilers. Ladies and gentlemen, I rise in support of Senate Bill 222. I was sitting here listening to the presentation, and I felt compelled to get up and speak because there's been a false narrative that's been peddled in our state over the last couple years that has resulted in a lost all-star game and economic hardship for numerous hardworking Georgians. And I want to get up here to get the record straight about Senate Bill 222 and Senate Bill 202. First, on Senate Bill 222, this simply clarifies existing language of what can and cannot be done and keeps counties consistent in what they can do. We do this all the time. We pass bills and then we come down here and we make minor tweaks as needed. This is what Senate Bill 222 does. We heard the word conspiracy theorists thrown around. There's a number of significant representatives and senators who are on this bill, including the chairman of ethics on the Senate side and a number of other senators who I believe this body highly respects. So I would encourage us to vote for Senate Bill 222, but it was mentioned Senate Bill 202, and let me hit on that real quick. Never before in the history of our state have voters had more confidence in our system. We saw in 2022 record turnouts, all-time records for midterm elections. We saw record-breaking midterm early voting. We saw record-breaking absentee turnout. We saw all-time turnout amongst every minority group. By every single metric, Georgia's elections post-Senate Bill 202 were safe, secure, and a success for all Georgians. Again, let me repeat that. Thanks to the leadership of the governor, thanks for the leadership of this House and this body, the General Assembly, we passed a bill, Senate Bill 202, that made it easier to vote and harder to cheat. What have our constituents said about that? The AJC polled Georgians, and what did they have to say? Over 70% of respondents said that their confidence has never been higher and that our elections are fair and accurate. This body has done a fantastic job. Again, I would be remiss, and I think all of us would be, if we allowed this narrative to continue to spread in our state. Voters have confidence. Our system is working. It's going to continue to work. And it's bills like Senate Bill 202 that will continue to give confidence to our voters to go. All of us got elected by the system that was in place. It works, obviously. And I would encourage you to vote for Senate Bill 202 and ignore claims out there that have been debunked over and over again. We have organizations and failed leaders who have filed numerous lawsuits challenging the law, and they have failed over and over again. Do not let this narrative spread here in Georgia. It has never been easier to vote and harder to cheat. Encourage you to vote for Senate Bill 202. Thank you very much.
Gentleman has yielded the well. We do have a minority report. Gentleman has yielded the well. We do have a minority report. Members will respect members and their opinions. We all have one. Will not be tolerated. Is there any objection to the previous question being ordered? Chair hears none. The previous question is ordered. We do have a minority report, up to 20 minutes. Representative Roberts is recognized to speak to the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Colleagues, today I rise in opposition to SB 222. Members of my committees know that I have raised objection after objection regarding the unfunded mandates being placed on our counties and cities, whether it's election bills or bills that require counties to pay the Attorney General's unlimited litigation costs when he sues them for prioritizing violent crimes over jailing homeless people, but I digress. Our counties and cities have to be able to plan and budget in order to provide services to their constituents, whether we are talking about elections or other county services. That is why this body, in its infinite wisdom, adopted the State and Local Government Partnership Act of 1995, which can be found at OCGA 28547 et sec. The stated intent is to strengthen the partnership between the state and local political subdivisions by assisting the General Assembly, that's us, in its consideration of proposed legislation containing fiscal requirements of our local governments. It requires the provision of accurate estimates of the fiscal impact to counties and cities when the impact of our legislation in aggregate will exceed $5 million, and it requires that fiscal note be provided to the General Assembly before we vote on the proposed legislation. This fiscal note requirement can only be waived by a majority vote of the committee in which the bill was introduced, or by a majority vote of the chamber or the president or speaker, depending on where the bill was introduced. To my knowledge, the sponsor of SB 222 did not file a fiscal note, and it has not been waived in the manner prescribed by the Partnership Act. This body has a history of failing to follow state law and provide these mandatory fiscal notes as it relates to recent election bills. It started in 2019 when this body passed HB 316 and purchased the state's new voting machines. Fiscal note was requested in both chambers, but ignored purportedly because the state was covering the cost of the first year. Well, that's not what the Partnership Act actually requires. It mandates a fiscal note for the first year, and that the bill is enacted, and a minimum of another 2 years beyond that. So while the state did cover the cost of that first year, you didn't need a crystal ball to see the county's costs would dramatically increase when they were required to take over the maintenance, transport, testing, upgrades, repairs, etc. after that first year. Big surprise, we were right. HB 316 has cost local governments in aggregate well over $5 million, demonstrating that a fiscal note was in fact required. Just looking at Fulton County's municipal elections alone, comparing 2017 to 2021, election costs increased more than $4.5 million. Now looking at 2020, we know that 43 counties across the state, both red and blue, received at least $20 million in grant funds to supplement their election budgets. This was desperately needed because the counties increased costs as a result of the new voting machines and the pandemic. Because some folks didn't like the outcome of the 2020 election, this body passed SB 202 the next year, which prohibited election superintendents from accepting any funds from any sources other than the governing authority of the county or municipality, the state of Georgia, or the federal government. As a result, the increase from the 2020 presidential election to 2022 midterms, Fulton County's election budget increased almost $19 million, Gwinnett almost $10 million. In Houston, Cobb, and Cherokee Counties, elections budgets increased by $1.5 million each. Clearly, we just keep driving up the county's costs, which are ultimately borne by our taxpayers, and now we are handcuffing them even further with SB 222. The sponsor of this bill said in committee that the purpose of this bill is to clarify SB 202 because the local governing authority of DeKalb County, specifically its chief financial officer, applied and received a grant from a nonpartisan organization. They lawfully appropriated it and then distributed it through its budget process into its election budget. Let me be clear, despite folks saying this was inappropriate and others implying it was illegal, DeKalb County followed the clear letter of the law, even according to the Secretary of State's SB 202 training materials for elections supervisor. So now y'all are doubling down with this bill. Counties and cities will now be prohibited from receiving funding from anyone other than the state or federal government, and if they do, it's a felony, with a punishment of not less than 1 year in prison and a fine of not less than $10,000. It requires all grants or donations to go through the state election board so that all counties are treated equally. But not all counties are equal. Large counties have very different needs than small ones. Large Democratic counties have been plagued by tens of thousands of very expensive voter challenges. There is nothing in the bill that requires the SEB to apply for grants or funding. It doesn't provide a formula for what an equal distribution should any grants or funding be received. Y'all, Georgia law requires that counties fund their elections, not the SEB, not the state, yet we are now going to impede them from seeking grants that could help them fill the budget gap that this very body created with its prior unfunded mandates. And what is also very obvious is that the people of Georgia, our taxpayers, they're the ones who will be harmed by this bill. They will be forced to make up the funding gap created by this bill, and let's be honest, y'all know this bill will disparately harm Georgia's large Democratic counties. That's the point. Y'all aren't fooling anyone. You claim you want conformity among county elections, but y'all know that counties with 500,000 voters require a lot more than counties with 5,000.
But the last time I checked, this body represents the entire state of Georgia. This bill is not a partnership between the state and our local governments. At a minimum, all counties deserve notice of the fiscal impacts that they will bear when we pass this bill, and it is illegal for this body to vote on this bill before a fiscal notice presented by the bill sponsor or before it has been waived by the Senate, because that is where the bill was introduced. Mr. Speaker, I yield the well.
The lady has yielded the well. Representative Rahman is recognized to speak to the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Good evening, colleagues. And I rise before you today to speak against SB 222. Scott, you got in my head. SB 222. And I want to start out by roughly translating an Arabic idiom that goes, he hit me and cried, and then he outran me to complain. And honestly, I feel like that's what's happening here. We defunded a ton of money. We took away a ton of money from these election boards, and now we're mad at them for trying to close that hole that we put in there. And not only are we mad about it, we now want to retroactively punish them, realizing that that does and could potentially create some undue influence, but based on what information and facts. We get these bills every session from the same groups of people, and we decide to tinker with the voting process, and then we realize, oh no, this caused this already agreed upon problem, or at least on our side agreed upon problem, and then we try to fix it by creating a very different problem. And that is a terrible cycle to be in. It's like we're constantly racing to the bottom when it comes to voting. And for the record, this stuff doesn't just impact Democratic counties. Back in 2020, when everybody was talking about mail-in ballots and mail and slowing down the mail and all that great stuff, I actually did nonpartisan poll monitoring in Forsyth County. Almost a third of people were turned away that day because they were at the wrong precinct because they didn't get the right card for where their address was supposed to be. Thankfully, their voting location was 15 minutes away, and they could still make it, and at the time you could still do a provisional ballot. But I will never forget that day, because there were people who thought they did everything they were supposed to. They had their cards with them, they had their voter registration with them, they had their ID with them, and for the record, they were across the political spectrum. They were not just Democrats, they were not just Republicans, they were not just libertarians, you name it. And so every session, we come up with a new bill, creates new problems, then we try to fix those problems by somehow creating more problems. I don't get it. It's like this bizarre cycle that we can't seem to break out of. And it harms everybody. So if you want to fault people for trying to fix the problems that we created, shouldn't we instead just fix those problems? That seems to be like a much easier shortcut than going around and continuing to scare people into exercising their right to vote. Because it is a right to vote. And in order for that right to vote to happen, those elections need to be properly administered. And in order for those elections to be properly administered, we need to be able to pay for that system and that process. This year, for example, was one of the hardest years to recruit poll monitors or poll workers. What do you think helped with that? Increasing the wages that we were paying. How are we supposed to pay for that if we're not getting funding for it? I mean, seriously. I totally understand that we are constantly inundated with information, constantly told what the right solution is all the time by people who we have come to know and trust. But I urge you to look outside of that information ecosystem and understand that what we do here, if we don't think about it from beginning to end, we end up harming those that we think aren't actually going to be harmed at all. And so the next time somebody tells you we're trying to reduce undue influence, we're trying to reduce outside influence, who put that into reality? Who created that situation? Who defunded that board? Who created those unfunded mandates? Because I can tell you right now in Gwinnett County, we had an incredibly smooth election. But we had to dip into reserves to make that happen. The county paid for it. It wasn't based on funding that we gave based on the mandates that we created. Instead, they had to jump through hurdles, find the resources, and make sure elections went without a hitch. And then everybody patted themselves on the back going, look, the mandates that we created went just fine. No, it required people doing whatever they could to meet those mandates. And instead of saying, you know what, y'all did a great job, thank you for that kind of an election cycle, tell us what could have worked better, we're saying we're actually going to punish you for it retroactively, and we're going to implement something else. That does not make sense to me. And I promise you, it impacts everybody. Sure, some counties more than others, but I guarantee you somewhere down the line, we're going to find out, just like we heard about the voter challenges in Forsyth County, just like we heard about the voter challenges around the state, it's going to keep happening. And at some point, we need to all stand up and say, enough is enough. This is our line in the sand, and we can't keep messing with this process. So colleagues, for once, I urge you, please reconsider your stance on this bill, work on it a little bit more, and vote no. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield the well.
The lady has yielded the well. Representative Draper is recognized to speak to the bill. You have about a little over 7 minutes.
All right, I won't use that, Mr. Speaker. Would you mind if I got the slide back up there that I was using before, please? Thank you very much. So I was coming up here to rebut some of the comments that were made, but there weren't very many comments made in support of this bill. What I did hear is that there is a false narrative peddled in our state. And then I heard that SB 222 simply clarifies what had been the existing law all along. There is a false narrative here. This bill does not simply clarify what has been the law all along. See Exhibit 3, see Exhibit 4, ask any county election official in 159 counties. Speak to the legislators that have discussed this bill in earnest for the last 2 years. This is not a existing policy that we are clarifying. This is a change in policy. The other comment I heard that I would like to rebut is that, well, that I don't want to rebut, the other comment I heard is that we had a functioning election in 2020. So why would we want to change it? Why would we want to take away the resources that the county used in order to have a functioning election in 2020? Because that is what we are doing with this bill. So again, I ask you colleagues, don't let partisanship get in the way of fair policy making. There will be negative and unintended consequences to putting up hurdles between our counties and the money they are telling us they need access to. We should be very skeptical of any election bill that is pushed through over the opposition of our election administrators, that isn't transparent about its origins and purpose, and that puts partisanship over sound, thoughtful policy. We degrade the public trust by playing these games. We insult our public servants by playing these games. And ultimately, we harm our communities by playing these games. And look, maybe I'm not going to convince any of my colleagues on the other side of the aisle to join us in this vote. But if we do pass SB 222 today, in the interest of fairness and equity, and to promote uniformity in our elections, we have got to address the insidious issue of voter challenges in our state. Look at those two maps. We cannot say no to selective funding, but say yes to selective additional costs. So I will be looking for partners in that endeavor, and I welcome anyone who believes in sound policy over partisan gamesmanship to vote to join me. Please oppose SB 222. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield the well.
The lady has yielded the well. We'll now have 20 minutes, up to 20 minutes, for the chair's time. Chairman LaHood, chair of the committee this legislation came through, is recognized to government affairs is recognized to speak to the bill. Chairman LaHood.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and colleagues. I know it's late. Lots been said, and as my friend just said, I don't think anybody's mind's going to change with what I say. But I do want to be clear that it's obvious that there's some disagreement on whether or not this bill was intended to clarify some things in Senate Bill 202. But something that is crystal clear is that this bill aims to ensure that there's no illegal influence on the outcome of our elections. As long as elections put people in places of power to make decisions about how government operates, how it spends taxpayer money, who benefits from that spending, how government exercises its power, there's going to be people out there motivated to illegally influence the outcome. And that's why we've got to make sure, and that's why this bill is ensuring that there's not illegal influence in our elections. The right to vote in a free and fair election is the most basic and fundamental civil right we have, one on which many of our other rights as Americans and Georgians depend on. And again, like I said, it's not a new idea that there's people out there who want to illegally influence the outcome of our elections. That's been going on since Moby Dick was a minnow, and it's going to continue. So those in favor of ensuring that our elections remain free and fair and avoid illegal influence from outside sources will vote in favor of this bill. Mr. Speaker, I ask that my colleagues vote with me in favor of Senate Bill 222, and I'll yield the well.
Gentleman has yielded the well. That completes discussion on the bill. Is there any objection to withdrawing the committee's substitute? For what purpose does Representative Roberts rise?
To make a motion.
State your motion.
I'd like to make a motion to lay SB 222 on the table because pursuant to the State and Local Government Partnership Act of 1995, OCGA 25549, the Senate sponsor of SB 222 has not obtained the requisite fiscal note, and it has not been waived by the Senate where it was introduced as required by state law. It would violate state law if this chamber proceeds with the vote.
Okay. We have a motion that Senate Bill 222 be laid on the table. Mr. Clerk, will you read the caption?
Senate Bill 222 by Senator Burns, the 23rd to be entitled an act to amend Chapter 2, Title 21 of the Official Code of Georgia annotated relating to primaries and elections generally, so as to provide that all costs and expenses relating to election administration are paid for with lawfully appropriated public funds.
On the gentlelady's motion that SB 222 be laid on the table, is there objection? There is objection. Does the lady move?
Yes, I move.
The gentlelady moves. Here's what we're going to do. We're going to decide on the lady's motion. I'm going to let this body decide if they feel like everything has been followed. All those in favor of the motion to table will vote yes. Those opposed to the motion will vote no, and the clerk will unlock the machines. Have all members voted? Have all members voted on the motion? If so, the clerk will lock the machines. On the motion to table Senate Bill 222, the yeas are 67, the nays are 101. The motion has failed. Is there any objection to adopting the substitute offered by the Committee on Rules? The chair hears none. The Rules Committee substitute is adopted. Is there any objection to agreeing to the report of the committee, which was favorable to the passage of the bill? State your objection.
To the passage of it out of the committee of which it came.
Okay. So we have an objection to agreeing to the committee report. There is objection. Does a lady move? The lady moves. All those in favor of adopting the committee's substitute and or agreeing to the committee report of the committee will vote green. Those opposed will vote red, and the clerk will unlock the machine. On the motion, this House clerk will lock the machine. Now I'm looking at that. The yeas are 100, the nays are 70. This House has agreed to the committee report. Is there any objection to agreeing to the report of the committee, which was favorable to the passage of the bill? The chair hears none. The report of the committee is agreed to. Shall this bill now pass? All in favor of the passage of the bill will vote yes. All those opposed will vote no, and the clerk will unlock the machine. Have all members voted? If so, the clerk will lock the machine. On the passage of the bill, the yeas were 100, the nays 69. The bill, having received the requisite constitutional majority, is therefore passed. For what purpose does Representative Bruce rise?
Inquiry. Is this sine die?
State your... Nobody could be if you'll make the motion. All right. We're going to move on to some belated afternoon orders. Belated. Chairman Prince is recognized for an evening order.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The morning fellowship, Tuesday fellowship is canceled for tomorrow. Canceled, 7 o'clock.
Representative Bentley is recognized for an afternoon order, or should I say late night order.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and good evening, colleagues. I want to wake you up. That's what I wanted to do, because this is a moment that we all need to come together. I'm going to ask you to stand and please help Chairman Chokers and I remember the beloved life of the former mayor of Buena Vista, Georgia, Ralph T. Brown Jr. Ralph T. Brown Jr. Served his country in the United States Army for 21 years. He served his community as mayor for the city of Buena Vista, Georgia for 20 years also. He was a devoted father, grandfather, and community supporter. And we would just ask that this House of Representatives will pause for a moment of silence in giving honor and recognizing the life and legacy of former Mayor Ralph T. Brown Jr. of Buena Vista, Georgia. Amen. Thank you, colleagues. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Chairlady Lynn Smith and Chairlady Mathiak are recognized for an evening order.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members of the House. So it's a good note to end on our announcement that the Noonan High School Winter Guard, the 2023 Winter Guard International Atlanta Champions in Scholastic Regional A class with a score of 85.580. These ladies won big. So we're going to leave this evening bragging about that, but one last brag.
I want to do a shout out to my niece, Allison Knox, because she was a part of that team. Go Noonan.
Yes.
We'll now have some announcement. Chairman Williamson is recognized for an announcement.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Majority Caucus will be breaking bread tomorrow. I wanted to call us have a caucus breakfast, but I was overruled. We will have a caucus lunch tomorrow in room 403 at noon. Caucus lunch. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, sir. Representative Maynor is recognized for an announcement.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Has anybody seen these blue recycle bins that have started to pop up around the Capitol? So there's one right over here in the corner, and there are also some white boxes throughout the Capitol for recycling for paper. So all this paper that's in here, instead of putting it in the trash can behind you, there's a recycle bin. Yay! So let's recycle. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Representative. That was a good announcement. Thank you. Okay, let's see. Senate Bill 64 will be postponed to the next legislative day. And a reminder to you members, don't throw away your agree-disagree folders. You will not get additional copies of what's currently in those folders. So be good stewards of your folder. I think it's that time. The Majority Leader of this House is recognized for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that this House stand adjourned until 10 a.m. on Wednesday, day 40, March 29, 2023.
I couldn't remember. On the motion of the Majority Leader that this House stands adjourned until 10 a.m. Wednesday, March the 29th. I think you said day 40. Motion of the Majority Leader. All those in favor will say aye. They have it. All those opposed will say no. The ayes clearly have it. We're adjourned.